Dawn did not so much arrive as creep, colorless and thin, through the arrow slits of the Tower of the Hand. The red keep thrummed like a held breath. Below the window, the city lay in an ash-colored hush, roofs pearl gray, alleyways still as if the cobbles themselves were listening. A chill moved from the Blackwater's wide mouth and threaded the banners where they slept on their poles. The faintest shiver of silk at heights no one watched. In the corridors, rushes that had been trampled through the night by couriers and guards exhaled a tired scent of dried grass and smoke. The air tasted of iron, old cold iron, and something else besides, something like rain that did not fall. Eddard Stark, Ned to those who had known him as a boy at Winterfell, and to the very few who had earned the right to call him so since, stood with his palms splayed on stone cut in another age by men who had trusted permanence. His leg ached from the old hurt, where Jaime Lannister's men had sent him rolling beneath hooves, a pain that seemed to run upward into the hip and downward into earth. He did not close his eyes. He had tried sleep and failed it, tried prayer and found only silence in return. Duty is heavier than a mountain. He knew that because his father had said it once and never needed to say it again. The truth had lived on, a thing understood like winter. A single candle burned on the table between maps, its light frosting the corners of a parchment like hoarfrost creeping along a riverbank. The parchment bore a seal of wax impressed by a ring that was no longer on a living hand. On the other side of the room, milk cooled in a cup he had not touched. The footsteps he waited for arrived at last, cautious and quick, a soft rhythm that betrayed impatience. Renly Baratheon entered with only 2 men at his back, cloaked and quiet. He wore green that drank the candlelight and reflected little. The beard on his jaw was trimmed as if to deny time any right to make a mark. He glanced at the window first, as if brightness might have accumulated there in his absence, and when it had not, he came to the table and set his fingertips on the map as if to anchor himself. "You did not sleep," Renly said, keeping his voice low, as though the walls might take offense. "I did not either." Ned's hand went to the will. He had read it 3 times, searching for a loophole or failing or something to excuse what must be done. What he found each time was Robert's blunt hand across the page, his friend reduced to ink and certainty at the edge of dying. Lord Eddard Stark to serve as protector of the realm, until the heir comes of age. The words had not written themselves, but they had written him. "Robert is gone?" Ned asked, though he knew. Asking made the fact change shape. It became a thing he had to lift. He would rather lift a thing and carry it and bear its weight than stand staring. Renly's bare nod was a blade drawn a hand's breadth from the scabbard. Before the cockcrow, the maesters had kept him breathing through arts I'd rather not see described, but the wound was in him too deep and too long. The queen was not with him, nor the prince. Ned drew a breath. He had held Robert's hand, larger, always larger, as the man spoke through pain and wine. He remembered the weight and heat of it. He remembered boyhood with a clarity so sharp it hurt. A winter courtyard, 2 boys red-cheeked and laughing as they knocked each other down, and the snow like feathers shaken from a great bird high above the world. He would not be that boy again, and Robert would never again be that man, and the world did not ask whether men liked how it moved forward. "I told you," Renly whispered. "We should act before the lioness shows her teeth." "You told me to take the queen and the children," Ned said. His voice did not rise. "You told me to do it at night and with swords." "And was I wrong?" There was heat in Renly's whisper, but grief kept it banked. "If you do not put a hand on the throat of this city now, Brother Stark, she will. And once she has it, she will not loosen her grip. Not if 7 seps burned to ash and the smell of it reached even the holy." Ned turned a little, letting his gaze pass over the windowsill where a thin white spider had spun a web in the corner. The web had caught no flies, but it held the light like a trickle of frost. He was weary of webs. He would rather have the clean work of summer, binding sheaves, repairing hooves, than the work of this place, where truth slipped in and out of men's mouths like minnows. "Renly," he said, and heard the man step closer as if his name had been a tether. "I will not seize children in their beds. I will not have blood spilled when words and seals will do. but I will not allow falsehood to sit on the Iron Throne. Robert put this trust in my hands." He looked down at those hands and found them scarred, cold at the knuckles, steady. "If I must be protector, then I will protect with more than a seal." Renly regarded him, and something like relief passed through his eyes and was gone. "Wrong to take them in their beds, perhaps," he conceded. "Not wrong to move. I have my men arrayed in the yard below. My uncle would call them a garden guard." He added with a small twist of the mouth, "But they will be enough to hold a corridor if you tell the Kingsguard to stand aside." "Will you tell them?" "Ser Barristan will understand his oath," Ned said. "Ser Barristan is an oath made flesh," Renly murmured. "He will hold any line you draw and stand at any post you assign. The others," his lips thinned, "they are men of various appetites. Marin and Boros are fat with the Queen's favor. Ser Ares is young. Ser Preston grows old. Ser Jaime is not here to complicate matters with pride and beauty." "Then we will take the Queen," Ned said, feeling the words settle in him. "We will do it in daylight. We will do it with witnesses. And we will do it with care." Renly's answering breath carried more ease than he had shown all night. "Then I will have the City Watch at the ready." "The City Watch obeys Janos Slint," Ned said. "They obey gold," Renly said gently, and there, at last, he smiled with teeth. "Do not trouble yourself with where the gold comes from." Ned's eyes returned to the table. "That is precisely what troubles me, Lord Renly." Varys materialized an hour later, soft and smiling and composed, the scent of some powder on him like crushed rose petals after a storm. He drifted in as if he had been admitted by the stone itself. He greeted them in turn, bowed with an excess that never seemed to quite spill into mockery, and fixed his attention on the will on the table as though it were a delicate bird that might startle and fly away. "My lords," Varys murmured, and the candle flame trembled in a draught his silk might as well have made. "The king is with his fathers. May his passage be full of mercy. The bells will toll at sunrise. The High Septon has strong ideas about ritual." "Ritual won't save us," Renly said. "It seldom does," Varys agreed cheerfully, "unless one counted the ritual of surviving from day to day, which he did not say aloud." He shifted his weight and let his eyes dart toward the door as if he heard something beyond it. "The Queen has not gone to the body. Her women move like a flock without their shepherd. The Lannister guards are keeping politely to Maegor's holdfast, for the most part. The Kingsguard have been seen together twice, which is always a sign that something is about to happen. And our good master of coin has spent a great deal of the night with ledgers, which means he is moving what coin can be moved. He is a nimble man with nimble sums." "Littlefinger will not leave the capital," Renly said. Varys turned a small palm upward. "I do not say he will. I say only that coin has a way of putting on boots and walking away before men expect it to. The City Watch has received an infusion of loyalty." He smiled to show he had said nothing and everything. "From whom I cannot imagine." "From the Crown," Renly said, "which has decided to be generous to those who risk their hides in its service." "And the Crown," Varys breathed, "is such a flexible term." Ned took up the will and drew Robert's seal across the top with a thumb as if he might warm it back to softness. "There will be no confusion about the Crown," he said. "By Robert's will I am protector until the rightful heir is confirmed. Lord Stannis is Robert's older brother. The bloodline is clear. Clear as lead in a pot," Renly said lightly, watching Ned from under lashes that had charmed 100 women and 100 men in the capital without ever seeming to try. "Older, yes, but not beloved. And the realm, Lord Stark, is made up of men and women who must be led, not dragged. Would you drag them to Dragonstone's cold hearth?" "I would lead the realm to law," Ned said, "and away from lies." Varys folded his hands. "The Queen spoke some hours ago of the coronation at first light. She has sent for septons who favor her name and her sons. She believes the city hers. Belief is such a lovely intoxication." Ned's look was cool. "And if the city is not hers?" Varys lowered his eyes. Then it must belong to someone else. Someone who will feed it. His voice was mild. Bread this morning would be wise, my lord. Not merely for those whose bellies are empty. For those who count coin and those who carry spears. Bread, Renly echoed. We will bake half the granaries if that is what you wish. But first the queen, Ned said, pushing his hands down on the table as if bracing for a sea's lift. Bring Ser Barristan. When Barristan Selmy entered, there was, for a heartbeat, something like winter in the room. It was not cold, only the clarity of a hard season. Snow never shouted. It made every sound thinner, askew against its hush. Barristan had that quiet about him, the calm of a man who had stood in the path of 1,000 choices and learned to keep his head inside them. He bowed to Ned, less deeply to Renly, not at all to Varys. His hair was like bleached linen, his face carved with the small lines a life of discipline leaves. His white cloak fell cleanly to the floor. It had been shaken out before he came, and drifted air still stirred its hem. My lord Hand, he said, crisp without being harsh. Ser Barristan, Ned said. Robert has gone. I know. There was a fraction of a heartbeat in which Barristan's eyes changed, not softening but turning inward, and then they were the same again. May the mother receive him. By his will, Ned continued, I am protector of the realm until the heir comes of age. I will sit in the throne and govern until the question of the heir is settled by law. The queen seeks to place her son upon the throne today. I will not allow it. Barristan listened, and while he did, one could almost hear the old vows whispering within him. 1,000 oaths like funeral banners moving in wind. And the queen, he said, she will be placed under guard, Ned said. Not harmed, not shamed, but confined. The princes and the princess will be with her. The realm has had worse jails than comfort, Barristan said. He looked at the will. The seal is true. It is, Ned said. He held the parchment out. Barristan did not reach for it, as if he would not put his hand there, but he bent to see, his eyes taking in the name and the words with a soldier's care. When he straightened, he set his jaw with the smallest motion. I am sworn to the king, he said, to guard his life and the lives of his blood. She is queen, and if the boy is the king. The boy is not Robert's son, Ned said, and the matter that had boiled under everything rose. He said it simply, as if he had said Sansa's name. He is the queen's son. He is not the king's. Renly's breath was a hiss. Varys went still, like something that had been alive and remembered how to be stone. Barristan's face did not change. His hand went to the pommel of his sword and rested there as if the weight steadied him. You are certain, he said, but he did not inflect the words like a question. I am certain, Ned said. I have the histories of the seed and the fruit to prove it, if ink will persuade you. I have the truth in faces, if you have eyes. Barristan looked at him long, then ducked his head once in a nod that was not submission but acceptance of a burden. I am sworn to the king, he said again, but softer. If there is no king, I am sworn to the realm. Then help me protect it, Ned said. Barristan exhaled. It might have been relief. It might have been the sound a man makes when a weight is shifted from one shoulder to the other. Command me, my lord. They moved at first light. Not stealth, Ned had said as much, and not with spectacle either. He called the small council with Varys discreet bells and sent them elsewhere, to count something, measure something, order something. He ordered bread taken to the gates and to the street of flour where flour did not always arrive. He sent men with a stark badge on their cloaks to stand alongside the gold cloaks at 3 corners where rumor usually began to boil by the 2nd hour of morning. Let the North's plain steadiness be seen, he thought, and let it catch. Renly's men took up positions near the Holdfast's bridge, at a distance that announced they had no intention of storming, but that they were not merely out for air. Janos Slint had the watch turned out with their helms polished and their halberds held neat as needles. He came puffing to Ned for praise, smiling with his mouth and not his eyes. You are well paid, Ned told him, not smiling back. Be well behaved. Protector, Slint said, tasting the title as though it were strong honey, too thick on the tongue. "We will not move without your word. See that you do not move when you should stand," Ned said, "and see that you move when I say." Slint bowed. Men bowed in the city as if they were setting traps. They went down and came up not where you had left them. Ned filed the thought and put it behind him. He could not carve the city into something straight. He could only make what cuts he must. With Barristan to the fore and Ned beside him, they crossed the stone span to Maegor's Holdfast. The black steps of it beaded with dew, the iron portcullis raised. The towers hunched like old wolves along the battlements, watching the yard. Sentries shifted on their feet and tried to remember where to set their eyes. The Queen's men, red-cloaked, their lions stitched in gold thread, stood too deep at the door to the royal apartments, and when Barristan came on, their captain, a bony man with a scab starting on his upper lip, raised his hand. "The Queen receives no visitors," he called. "I served 3 kings before this queen was a queen," Barristan said, and it was no boast, only saying, "Move aside. She receives no visitors," the man said again, and the ranks tensed. "We have our orders." "And you have mine," Ned said, drawing forward. He was not dressed for a fight. He had a gray cloak over sober black and a sword at his hip he hoped not to draw. "By Robert Baratheon's will I am protector of the realm. Stand aside for the law." The captain's eyes skittered to the men beyond Ned. Renly's guard, the gold cloaks, soldiers with wolves on their breast and back. His jaw worked. Barristan took a single step, the white cloak brushing the threshold. For a heartbeat the world seemed to balance on the blade of a hair. The captain's eyes flickered toward the inside, as though waiting for a sign from a woman he could not see. When none came in that instant, he stepped aside. So did his men. If Cersei had been at his shoulder, her breath on his ear, he would not have. But she was within, and her breath did not reach. They entered as a cold house receives strangers. The queen waited in the first chamber, in a gown the color of the first leaves that emerge after frost, green, but a green that seems to think. Her hair was unbound and fell heavy on her shoulders. A small woman in gray hovered at her side, and behind them came the whisper of silk as 2 handmaids peered like timid birds from the doorway. 2 of the Kingsguard were there. Meryn Trant with meat in his cheeks and eyes like a fish in a barrel, and Boros Blunt with sweat shining under his helm. Neither reached for sword or spoke. Behind them, on a bench, Tommen slept with his cheek pressed into a cushion, his thumb near his mouth and a smear of dry jam at the corner. Myrcella stood with her hands pleated in the fabric of her gown and her chin lifted bravely, though fear had rimmed her eyes in red. "You come into my rooms with your wolves and your vines and your spears," said Cersei, every syllable smooth as glass. "Is this how the North honors a dead king? By frightening his children?" "We will frighten no one," Ned said. "You already have," Cersei replied, and the small twist at one edge of her mouth said she had meant to be frightened never, had chosen to take offense instead, which was a weapon more to her taste. "By Robert's will," Ned said, and presented the parchment as if it were meat to a hunting cat, something to be sniffed and begrudged and finally accepted because the scent was undeniable. "I am protector of the realm until the rightful heir can be confirmed. There will be no coronation today." "My son is the rightful heir," Cersei said. "He is your son," Ned said. "We will see who his father is when Lord Stannis arrives." It was a gentler phrasing than the one he had used with Barristan, and Renly shot him a sidelong look that might have been surprise. But there was no profit and much grief in unmasking a mother in front of her children. Cersei's pupils flattened until they were narrow. She extended a hand for the will and read it, and reading made nothing in her gentler. "Protector," she said, as if trying the word against her palate the way Slint had. "Protector, then. Protect wisely. You think to put my brother on the throne? He is cold iron and cold fire. The realm will not love him. I think to put law there," Ned said, "and whoever sits on law has the throne." She inclined her head an inch. "Then I am to be confined? You are to be kept safe," Ned said, "until Lord Stannis arrives. You will have your women with you. You will have your children. And my men. You may not have an army. Of course not, she murmured, weary of imbeciles. I ask for my sworn shields.
Ser Merin, Ser Boros.
Ser Ares, she added, as the youngest Kingsguard stepped in from the inner chamber, fair hair disordered, fastening a gauntlet with awkward haste. Your sworn shields may attend you, Ned said, but they will attend you within the rooms assigned. They will not leave them without my leave. If they draw steel in the Red Keep before I give permission, they will be disarmed. Meryn Trant swallowed. Barristan glanced at him, and the swallowing stilled, as if the older knight's regard alone could arrest a bodily function. Boros Blunt licked his lips. Ser Ares looked at Myrcella and flushed with a boy's protectiveness. And my father's men outside the city? Cersei asked, gentle as a cat by the hearth. They will not enter while you are kept safe, Ned said, nor will they harm the Riverlands for your sake. He thought of that even as he said it and knew it for the hope it was. Tywin Lannister had no habit of curbing his hand. You command much, Cersei said, with parchment and a borrowed voice. Renly shifted. He took a half-step forward like a dancer who hears a tune begin. Ned raised a hand. My lady, he said to Myrcella, and let the edge of his voice soften, because this too was politics, not gree. Men in half-light deciding the price of grain, but a little girl who would remember what tone he used. Do you have your doll? We will go together to rooms where the windows look to the sea. Myrcella blinked, and a child's relief uncurled like a fern at the thought of the sea. I have her, she said, and bobbed a little curtsy, delighted to be asked. Wake Tommen gently, Ned said. He will be cross if we do it fast. Cersei's gaze did not leave Ned's face, and in it something small and sharp glittered. You are softer than I was told, she said. You mistake the kindness others taught you for a strength the city will see. I mistake nothing, Ned said, and for a breath something colder than courtesy broke in his voice. Do not test my kindness. It will end. He held her eyes a moment longer and then turned, and the chamber that had been a snare became merely a room with a door he could walk through. By mid-morning the Queen and her children were housed in sweet-smelling rooms within the holdfast that had been fitted with careful locks and guards, who wore the stag over their hearts and the son of Highgarden in the steel at their belts. And on the steps of Baelor's September the bells boomed like a sea against stone. The sound rolled over the roofs and down into alleys, into kitchens where women cracked eggs with red eyes, into small rooms where men with headaches swore by their mother's milk, into the street of sisters where old women put hands on the shoulders of whores and murmured, and the bells kept on, as if grief were a wheel that did not tire of turning. Ned sat the Iron Throne. The hall was cool even in the heat of day, a miracle of cunning architecture or simply the way iron holds chill at its core. He had not wanted the seat. He did not want it now. Its blades pressed at his shoulders and at the line of his jaw, and a stupid thought flashed and vanished. Those edges are not sharp, and he felt ashamed of the thought, as if the throne itself had heard his foolishness. The steps rose before him like a hill, and he sat at the top, and the light came through the high windows and struck dust motes that turned in it, endlessly falling and never landing, like snow in the belly of a storm. Men thronged the chamber, small folk at the edges, courtiers like bright fish nearer the heart, soldiers in neat ranks. Renly stood to his right, leaning with careless grace on the pommel of a sword he had not unsheathed, his expression a mask of interest cut so finely no one could tell whether it was genuine. Barristan stood near the base of the throne, a pillar made human. Varys had melted into a gallery and became two eyes and a smile among many. By the will of Robert, Ned said, and his voice carried because the stones were built to carry a voice. Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell sits as protector of the realm until the heir is confirmed and comes of age. There will be no coronation today. There will be law. Several men made the sound of laughter and smothered it before it became shape. Others inclined their heads. Someone spat, and the sound rang like a dropped pin. Littlefinger came with the small council and made a show of peering up as if the height made thinking thin. He had a new ring on his finger, emeralds like sliced leaves, a bright smirk for any who would take it from him. He bowed, and his bow was so lazy some men would have felt it for a slap. "My Lord Protector," he said, as though he tasted vinegar and chose to be polite despite it. "Justice and bread, that's what the city murmurs. You have given them the smell of one. Shall we give them the other?" "You will draw on the city stores," Ned said. "Make the bread ovens blaze from here to the river gate. Take from private hoards where hoards have been kept against the law." Littlefinger's face brightened with something like admiration or the performance of its cousin. "Now who told you about those, I wonder?" he murmured. "Very well. Bread for the small folk, gold for the watch, sweetmeats for the courtiers. The coin will come from somewhere too, I have no doubt." He turned and flicked a glance at Varys, who was nowhere and everywhere. "And if Lord Stannis arrives to find the larder light, we shall point to the Protector and say..." He poured it down the city's throat for love. "Pour it," Ned said. "Better the city fill its belly than its anger." Littlefinger smiled and approved, as if Ned had said something from his own catechism. Then his gaze slid to Renly, weighed and found him not ready to be weighed, and returned to Ned's face. "And the Queen? She is in the holdfast with her children," Ned said. "Safe. A sweet prison," Littlefinger said, so softly the courtiers could not hear. "Have you found the key?" He tapped his heart. "I keep such things well." Ned lifted his eyes past the little man and into the dim where the Hound stood with a handful of his men, watching and silent. Sandor Clegane met his gaze and did not look away. He was not of the Kingsguard, not of anything, really, but the boy's killer when the boy needed a sword that moved like a wolf in a flock. If Joffrey had been crowned, Sandor would have been his right hand. As it was, the man had not yet chosen what to be to a realm without a boy king. Ned held his gaze a heartbeat more and then turned away, not dismissing the matter, only postponing it. He sent the ravens with letters as crisp and spare as winter air. One to Dragonstone, addressed to Lord Stannis, sealed with the direwolf and the stag side by side. One to Storm's End, for Ser Courtenay Penrose, asking him to hold the gates for the king who was not yet crowned. One to Oldtown, to the Citadel, to note the king's death and the need for a council of truth when Lord Stannis arrived. One north to Winterfell, his hand slower there, the words a river that wanted to meander where the others ran straight. He told Robb to hold Winterfell and the north, to call the banners only if the Lannisters crossed the trident with war in their eyes. He told Bran, he stopped, the quill's tip scratching sadness into the parchment, and folded the note to Catelyn instead. He told her the truth and asked her to be careful with it. He sent a private letter to Stannis that said more. It named the bastard truth and named the book that had shown it, named the faces of men who had died when they guessed at it, named the iron he meant to hold until law came to take it from him. It promised the city's keys, the queen's confinement, and a place at the table for Stannis' council. Promised no more than he could deliver. He sent for Sansa. She came with a maid who had wept herself pale and tried to hide it. The girl's gown was blue that day, blue like the afternoon above the gods would at Winterfell in high summer, when the leaves of the heart tree were still and the sky's dome could be believed unbroken. She moved with grace she had practiced, for there were not many gifts a girl could give herself besides the ways she took up space and the words she learned to say. She climbed the steps halfway and stopped where Ned had told her, her hands folded into each other so she could hold on without showing it. "My Lord Father," she said, and the corners of her mouth trembled as she made the words a tribute. "I have come." He looked down and wished the throne were closer to the floor, wished he could step to her without stepping down in front of them all. He raised his hand a little. She had always come as a child at that gesture. Now she did not move, because she had learned not to leap to her father's arms when men watched her. "You have heard," he said. "Robert is dead. The queen and her children are under guard." Her nostrils flared. She nodded once, a motion so precise, so careful, that some part of him broke. "Joffrey," she said, and it was not a question but a name one says when something has burned and left a mark. "He is safe," Ned said, and meant it. "Will he be king?" Sansa asked, and the whole hall leaned toward the little staircase where she stood, because the girl was asking what they all asked, and all at once she was not only a girl with too much hope, She was a mirror. "We will know the king when Lord Stannis arrives," Ned said. She went still. Then she drew a breath that seemed to come from the bottom of her ribs, a breath that had to move past 1,000 dreams. "Joffrey is good," she said, but she faltered on the word as if it had thorns. He can be. We were to be married." "Plans change," Ned said softly, which was less than comfort and more than nothing. Sansa's eyes filled. She willed them not to spill. That will would become a skill one day. He did not want it to. "Father," she said, and this time the softness of the word made Renly glance away, suddenly embarrassed to be witnessing love. "Please do not hurt him." "I will not," he said, and for a heartbeat all the lies and messy truths of a realm fell away, and there was only a father on a throne he did not want and a girl on a step she could not descend. "I will not harm a child." Sansa bowed her head so that the tears could escape without being seen, and made her courtesy and turned away with a posture so perfect it was like armor. He sent for Arya and Syrio. They came not to the throne but to his solar, because there, at least, a father could be a father. Arya's hair would not be tamed, no matter what was done to it, and today her tunic looked as if it had been slept in and then fought in. Syrio Farrell moved like an old cat watching a new dog. He did not sit and did not lean and did not step closer or away. One had the sense that he could be anywhere in 3 strides. "You will keep to the castle," Ned told Arya. "You will keep to rooms a guard knows how to find. You will not practice alone." "I do not practice alone," Arya said. "I practice with him." She jerked her chin at Syrio. "You will not run the rooftops," Ned said. "I do not run them," Arya said. The look she gave him said that she knew the sentence was only true if he did not ask about last week, or the week before. "You will not seek adventure," Ned said. "I do not seek it," Arya said, and here at least she was honest. It came to her as rain comes to the ground that lies low. Syrio's lips lifted at the edge. "The wolf blood knows how to find itself," he murmured, and Ned looked at him and found in the man's eyes not the oily mischief of a city teacher, nor the cool calculation of a bravo who measured pupils by their purses, but a depth like old water. "I will watch her," Syrio said. "I will not leave her side. If knives are drawn, I will be their father." Ned bowed his head. Fathers were thin this season. "Watch for men in crimson," he said. "Watch most for men who smile and say they come to help." "Ah," Syrio said, "Right. In Bravos we call those men the noon shadow. They stand where the sun is brightest and make no shade until you walk into them." "I call them liars," Ned said, "and I do not walk into them." That afternoon, Littlefinger brought him a ledger with neat scratches like beetle tracks and a smile like a blade, and Ned told 2 of his own men to stand with the master of coin while bread was measured out, and the man smiled at being checked, and Varys' eyes slid like beads on a string while he asked mild questions that only looked like dust until one of them turned into a pearl. That evening, Renly took a goblet of wine and stood in a window and watched how the city's light rose and faded with the hour's breath. His mind running along roads from here to Highgarden, even while he said pleasant things to Ser Loras Tyrell and less pleasant, more useful things to a captain of the City Watch who had a brother with an ear problem and a mother who liked pears. At Dragonstone, a raven with a broken feather beat its wings against the wind just after sunset and landed on a crenel with a look of disgust for the world. And a man with a scar down his cheek who kept his cloak close against the damp untied the message from its leg and took it to his lord. Davos Seaworth stood in the doorway to the chamber with the painted table and watched Stannis Baratheon read. The table was a map of Westeros, curved and crenellated and beautiful even in the dim. Candles had dripped on it over the years, and men had scraped the wax off with the corners of knives. But there were places on it that shone like river stones where a hand had rubbed worry into polish. Stannis' hand was not a rubbing hand. He held the letter as if the weight of the seal might run down his arm and into the floor. "Protector," Stannis said at last, as if he had been told an unfunny joke. "He sits it, then." "Lord Eddard is not a man to grab what he cannot hold," Davos said, keeping his voice low because the walls here carried sounds strangely, like fishermen who carry tales they do not understand. "If he sits there, it is because he thinks you must have it." He shifted his weight on feet that had been on decks half his life. A landman never stopped noticing how the sea made ground a lie. He has the queen locked and the children with her, Davos added. He writes that you must come with haste. Stannis' lip tightened. Haste. He looked at the painted table and set the letter on the black rock of Dragonstone as gently as if it were a sick infant. When Robert bid me haste, he meant to be drunk by sunset. Lord Eddard means something else. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose. The lines there were deepened by nights with little sleep and days with too much salt air. Cersei will not rest in confinement. Tywin will not sit idle and let his daughter wear locks without trying their strength. Then we must be quicker than both, Davos said, and Stannis shot him a look that might have cut. We, Stannis said. You counsel me as though you were born to it. No, Davos said simply. I am a smuggler who learned to be honest. I am not clever, my lord. I am stubborn. I know which way the wind blows because I can smell rot. The queen has always smelled to me like fruit kept too long. A corner of Stannis' mouth moved, not the way it did when he smiled. He did that rarely and reluctantly. But the way it did when he recognized an image and found it apartment right to Storm's End. He said, Tell them I come. Send word to my lords to call their men. I would write myself, but the letters will not go forward faster for me having held the pen. He picked up the letter again. Eddard Stark writes that the boy is not Robert's get. People know that, Davos said. They know many things, Stannis said. They draw none of the right conclusions. A man can carry the truth like a rock in a sack and never think to use it as a weapon. The right conclusion, Davos ventured, is that you must be king. Should, Stannis said. Must is what this will turn out to be when the fighting is done. He turned, and the lamps caught on the edge of his face like light on a blade. Summon the captains. We sail for King's Landing when the tide favors us. He paused. And find a priest who is neither foolish nor bought to count the dead for Robert, and pray for his soul. I will not have him thrown to the cold for the fish while the city lights candles and does nothing. Davos bowed his head. I, he said, and left to find men whose lives would be changed by a crier's voice. Far to the east, under a sky so bright it bleached color from everything under it, a girl with silver hair watched a man die slowly on the sands and did not yet know that the breath leaving him opened a door for dragons. She would, in time, and the world would bend around the hinge. That was not for today. Today, the Red Keep was an island in a city that had turned itself to the sound of bells. In the yard, Janos Slint watched loaves go into hands and thought about how bread was much like loyalty. Easy to hold onto while it was warm, crumbling when it cooled. He promised himself to keep his fingers near an oven. In the kitchens, men cursed the extra work and stuffed their children's aprons with crusts. On a street called the Hook because a man could hang at one end of it if he annoyed the wrong guard. A woman who had not eaten yesterday watched the bread being passed and felt a thing she had not felt in months. A rising. Perhaps she would not need to sell the boy tomorrow. Perhaps the protector was a man who had looked down and seen her. Varys slipped through a corridor where the stones sweated in summer heat and paused at a door where a small hammer hung by a bit of cord. He knocked once. A black-haired boy looked up from where he was shaping copper into something like a ring. His hands were already darkened by the hammer's work, and his eyes had the look of a late day that has to become night but would rather not. You have a strong arm, Varys said, admiring without envy. And a stronger head, I think. The boy bared his teeth at a man who praised him without telling him why. Who are you? Someone who likes to see boys live long enough to be men. Varys set a small coin on the workbench, a heavy one that would sit there and be seen. The city will be rough as a sea after a storm. The protector is a good man. Good men do not always keep boys safe, because the sea does not care that one is good. The boy's mouth thinned. I'll be fine, he said, and struck the copper, and the sound was good, clear, clean, true. Varys smiled, as if a small private joke had paid out into something worth seeing. If you are asked to work in the keep, say no, he said mildly. Until men who are not gold-haired have the keys, say no. He left the coin and left the boy and left the room smelling of hot metal. and the boy, when he held the coin, felt how heavy it was and put it not in his pouch but under a stone. In Winterfell's great hall, Maester Luwin read the letter aloud to Robb because Robb had asked him to, and because the boy's hands shook when he tried to hold it himself, and Luwin, who had delivered too many tidings, knew what to do with a man's hands when they did not do what the man wanted. Robb stood with his shoulders square and his jaw set in a line that looked like Eddard's when the Lord of Winterfell was being hard with a shepherd who had not mended his fence and whose sheep had slipped into a neighbor's field. He had Bran's name on his tongue when he swallowed and did not say it. The hall smelled of wood and mutton and the sweet tang that comes when a rush's basket has been freshly laid. Grey Wind sat at his heel and watched Luwin as if the maester might drop a scrap. Wolves are simple where men are not. Protector, Robb said when Luwin finished, and the word was not a title from a faithful son, but a problem from a boy who had learned letters and wanted to see how they fit. He sits the throne, then. For a while, Luwin said. He holds it. Against the Lannisters, Robb said. A man cannot hold off winter with his hands, Luwin said gently. But he can throne on a cloak. Robb made a noise that was almost laughter and wasn't. He looked toward the door as if his mother would come through it with sense, and when she did not, he rubbed his face. He had new stubble that would not be a beard for months, and he missed the easy cruelty of being a boy. We should call the banners. You should do nothing quickly, Luwin said, and saw the words settle on Robb like a shawl thrown over a boy's shoulders. If Lord Eddard asks it, we will fill the yard with men. If he does not, we will sharpen the axes and keep our feet under us. Luwin hesitated. He bids you stay. Robb nodded once. He had the look, suddenly, of a hawk in a mew that could hear the sky. We will stay, he said, but we will not sleep. At the eyrie, Catelyn Stark looked out on. Air too thin for men to breathe, and tried to find in herself a thinner rage. She had left her home to save a friend and found herself in a place where the stones looked like they would cut the hand that laid them. She read Ned's words and pressed her mouth to them as if the parchment could be skin. He had taken the city the way river men sometimes take the current, by stepping into it early and letting it carry them where it wanted while they did the work of not drowning. She closed her eyes and thought of the boys. Robb with his voice still breaking, Bran with his broken body and unbroken eyes, Rickon wild as green wood, thought of Sansa sweet, thought of Arya with her sullen violence, and then forced herself to think of only one thing. The way Ned's hand had felt when he touched the back of her neck on a winter morning. She went to Lisa and found a bird's cage where a woman had been, and the bird was fierce in its small way, which would never be a large way. He holds the city, Catelyn said, and Lisa said something about the veil, about how it was a basket that must be held against wind, and somewhere below them, through layer upon layer of air, a man with a nose like a hatchet looked north and thought about how little he wanted to be told what to do by women in a castle no sane man could love. By the third day, word had gone out like water poured on a stone floor. It ran into places no one intended it to go. It pooled in cracks and made mud that would not dry. In the throne room, petitioners came with troubles shaped by the city. Carts seized by guards who had not been paid. Fish gone bad for want of salt. A baker's boy beaten for stealing a heel when hunger spoke louder than any law. Ned sat and listened and sent men to handle small fires and men to watch the men who handled fires, and each decision was a cut in wood. The shavings would be seen later, piled up or blown away. He slept when he could, which was not often, and when he slept he dreamed of snow. In his waking he worried at something he could not yet name. A tautness, a stretched drum skin under everything, as if the city were an instrument and the tune had not yet begun. On the fifth morning, Littlefinger did not attend the small council. His clerk said he was with the silversmiths reassessing weights. By noon, a message from the harbor said a light galley had slipped out at dawn. By evening, the gold cloaks at 3 different gates had a story about a man with quick hands and a smile letting himself be mistaken for an ordinary lord when he never had been. Ned sent men to the docks, but the sea's sill gave change without notice. Varys smiled and did not say, "I warned you." He only said, "He will turn up where there is a game." And his eyes were very kind. Cersei did not rage. She did not weep. She waited in a stillness so controlled that even the ladies who had known her for years began to whisper because they would have preferred passion. Passion bursts and leaves something to be swept. Stillness accumulates like snow on a roof. She played with Tommen and praised Marcella's embroidery and told stories of a golden-haired king who had ruled wisely and long and had loved his family. And she wove the story so well the children could almost smell the grass of the fields he had ridden through. At night, she spoke quietly to Ser Meryn and Ser Boros, and the men listened and looked longingly toward the door they could not open. She kept Sandor Clegane's name in her mouth like a bit of pepper. She said it now and then to see whether a taste would linger. He came once and stared through the bars with eyes that saw more than they showed, and she said, "My son has always liked you." And Sandor smiled the way a dog smiles at a boy who has grown tall enough to pull its tail, and left without promising anything. Barristan took shift after shift watching the holdfast because he trusted his men less than his own tiredness. He saw the queen sometimes, between bars and daylight, and he thought of Riella with her bruises hidden under gowns and of Rhaegar with his empty gentleness, and he could not find the line where his oath's shadow ended and his duty's sunlight began. He took off his helm and his hair stuck to his brow, and he drew a long breath as if he could take the city's heat into him and burn it for fuel. He had spoken once with Rhaegar on a day when the prince had been very quiet, and had said that victory is a fruit that does not grow on our tree. He had come to believe it. On the 7th day, a boy in brown came to Ned's chamber with a parchment folded and sealed in yellow wax with a sigil pressed that looked like a stag's head with a long nose doing an odd thing. It was from a man called Stonetide, but the hand was Renly's. He asked for a private word. In the small garden behind the Tower of the Hand, where lemon trees had been persuaded to grow without loving it, Renly told Ned that he would not be present tomorrow afternoon at the council. He said it simply, the way he told a servant he would not wear green today. "I go to High Garden," he said. "I go to gather an army who would rather see flowers than dragons on their banners." "You will leave this city when it needs men who do not leave," Ned said. "This city needs a king who is liked," Renly said. "You chose Stannis. That is your right by Robert's writing. I choose something I can sell to lords who have not spent their lives reading ledgers of right and wrong." He smiled a little. "You sit well on the throne, Lord Stark, but you sit like a man who will always get up when the meal is finished. I am a man who prefers dessert. We are not the same kind of guest." Ned felt a weariness then that was less like sleep and more like hunger. "You will set the realm aflame," he said. "Stannis will set it cold," Renly said. "Fire burns out. Cold seeps in and makes old men go to bed with their boots on." He reached and plucked a leaf and held it to his face and inhaled the lemon scent as if it had not cost 3 gardens their pride to make the fruit grow. "Tell your men not to stop me on the road." "I will not stop you," Ned said, and when Renly looked surprised, he added, "I will not stop every bad thing simply because I can reach for it. Some must run until they fall." "That is colder than Stannis," Renly murmured, but he did not seem offended. He seemed to be making a list and checking Ned's place on it. He bowed, and his bow had the old Baratheon ease in it, and for a heartbeat Ned saw Robert again, young and light-footed, before he took on a boar's weight. When Renly rode out at dusk with his green guard glittering in a line behind him, some men in the streets cheered because men always cheer when anything looks like a procession. Others watched and said, "There goes a handsome man," and "There goes a man who will do something dangerous," and "There goes a man who knows where the best beds are." Ned watched from an upper window and did not call him back. In Tywin Lannister's camp by the Green Fork, the old lord considered the letter his men were sure he would crush in his fist and did not crush it. He folded it once and made a neat line and slid it under a candlestick so the wax would not drip on it. He lifted a goblet and set it down without drinking and asked where Jaime was, and was told Jaime had been seen near the Golden Tooth. He asked where Tyrion was and was told Tyrion had left the Eyrie with a pack of hillmen and a bigger pack of stories, and had stopped in 3 taverns to collect coin and make deals like a man sewing a tear with thread he had not yet bought. Tywin nodded and put his hands on the map, and if the map had been a boy, he would have felt those hands as a father and would have hated him and loved him anyway. "March," Tywin said. "For the city?" Kevin asked quietly. "For the Riverlands," Tywin said. "The Stark has my daughter and her cubs. He has Slint's rats as cats. He has Selmy's spine leaving dents in the floor. He will hold the city until a stronger man knocks on the gate. That will not be me, not while the rivers are open for burning. He looked at a point only he could see. We will pull the wolf's tail and see if the head turns. If it does, we cut it off. If it does not, we take the tail and feed it to the men until the wolf comes down from his throne in the snows and looks for what he has lost. Tyrion arrived 3 nights later with men who smelled like old leather and new blood and sat at Tywin's table and told a joke about a septon, a whore, and a cow that made even Kevin choke on his wine. He ate with both hands and then, when he had sated himself, told his father about the Moon Brothers and the Stone Crows and the others by names that would be funny until they made a throat go quiet. Tywin listened with his face like a coin, and at the end of the meal nodded once in a way that meant he had not been surprised in many years and would not begin now. "Your brother is at the Golden Tooth," he said. "Tell him not to pick fights with men who have nothing to do but lose." "Jaime prefers men who have much to lose," Tyrion said, wiping grease from his chin. "It makes them interesting." At the wall, Jon Snow caught a raven on his arm and let it peck his thumb because even birds are proud sometimes. He took the letter to Maester Aemon and stood while the old man read it with eyes that had not left the world so much as let the world become translucent. "Protector," Aemon said softly. "It is a word like any other. It will do for now." He folded the letter and gave it back. "Keep the words as you keep your knife, hidden until you need them." Jon wanted to write his father and say something clean, proud. "Be careful. I am fine," but boys do not often find the right way to tell their fathers what they are thinking. He went to the yard instead and worked at the target until his arms burned and the wind dried the sweat on his neck into a salt crust that tasted like the far south. And when he went to sleep, he dreamed of a hall full of blades and a man he loved sitting where no one should sit. Ned stood at the window of the Tower of the Hand when moonlight made the courtyard into shapes he almost recognized and almost did not. He thought of Catelyn, who had always hated the way city air tasted. He thought of how the north smelled when the first snow fell, the way it carried wood smoke and the breath of horses and something like clean cloth. He thought of all the men around him whose thoughts were not these and never would be. He flexed the hand that had held Robert's will and saw how the skin over the knuckles was taut, how the scars there made pale seams. A storm was coming, he knew. This was not prophecy. It was a farmer's eye on clouds moving where they had not moved yesterday. He had time to mend a fence or two before the wind turned strange. He closed his eyes and pictured the gods wood at Winterfell. The red leaves like hands, the white bark like old bone, the water's surface sometimes so still it made a mirror that did not flatter. He let the image fill the space behind his eyelids until the iron room around him thinned and the presence of the thing he loved most in the world grew palpable. For a moment, he believed that if he reached forward his hand would touch the wet bark and come away red with leaf dye. Then someone knocked. It was Varys, bowing low enough to make his head a question. "My lord," he murmured, and his voice fit the hour like a coat. "The ships leave Dragonstone." Ned opened his eyes. "You are certain?" "As certain as any man may be without standing on their decks and sharing their motion," Varys said. "The tide turns and they go with it. Time is a current in which we all wade." Ned turned toward the window. The night lay heavy on the bay, too heavy for ships to make their shapes against the water. He felt something loosen in his chest, a knot that had been made of fear and the refusal to call it that. "Then the law will come," he said. "Law comes with men," Varys said. "Sometimes with swords, sometimes with scrolls. Sometimes, blessed be the seven, with both." "Send word to the gates," Ned said. "Double the watches. Light the harbor fires. If the queen is to be moved, it will not be tonight." But men who have been told they are trapped often test their prison once before accepting its walls. Varys bowed again. "She has patience," he said. "But patience is more dangerous than desperation. Desperate men throw themselves at doors. Patient women by the hinges." When Varys had gone, Ned stood a long while and the moon went west, and in the room below, the candle of a man who could not sleep flared and failed and flared. Renly's room's empty, just that one flame left behind, licking the wick before dying. In the holdfast, Cersei lay awake with her eyes open in the dark. listening to Marcella breathe and counting the breaths backwards so that she would fall asleep at a certain number. And when she reached it and did not sleep, she made a new number and a new one until the light found the edges of the shutters. Morning brought small matters again, and he was grateful for them because large matters were always made up of children anyway. This man's child is hungry, this woman's child is struck, this child has stolen a pear and should be whipped lightly or not whipped at all, depending on who told the story, and if you get those things wrong, the large matters sit wrongly. When a butcher came to complain that guards had taken half a pig without paying, he sent them coin from his own purse and wrote Slint's name beside a note that meant talk to him later with a hammer. When a woman came to say that her man had not come home after he took coin from a Lannister, he asked her his name and learned the color of his hair and the way he walked, because it mattered to say a man's name aloud when he could not say it for himself. At midday, Ser Barristan came to him with lines in his face that had not been there yesterday. "Stag sails," he said. "Their pennants are at the mouth of the bay." "Send a galley to meet them," Ned said. "Greet Lord Stannis. Escort him in. Fly the crown's banners." "Whose crown?" Barristan asked. "The realm's," Ned said, because he would not say mine, and would not say his yet. He went down to the quays with his cloak off because the day had turned hot, and stood where the wind could find him and lift the hairs at the nape of his neck and show him that he was still animal enough to feel the world through his skin. Ships moved on the water. Fat bellies and thin ribs, graceful noses and ugly old crows that would never do anything more than carry salt. And among them came ships with a stag at their head and discipline in how they approached. Men lined the rails neat as fence posts. They did not shout. They did not wave. They came in like acceptance. When the first of them tied up, a plank came down with a thump, and men in good mail came across it and took a place as though they could not conceive of someone telling them no. Behind them, Stannis Baratheon descended, not fast and not slow, each stride the length of a man's habit. He wore no crown. He wore a jaw that looked like it could bite through a chain, and eyes like hard water, and a mouth that did not know how to be kind. He looked at Ned, and Ned looked at him, and neither man smiled. They touched wrists briefly, hard bone to bone, and Ned thought, "Here is the law that does not bend and makes leaves crackle when the wind rises." "My Lord Protector," Stannis said. "My Lord," Ned said, and stepped a little to the side so that the man could see the red keep rise over the water like something built to impress cows and princes alike. "The city is yours to enter." "It is not mine," Stannis said. "Yet." "Not yet," Ned agreed. They went up together, a procession that in another time might have been called triumphant and would have been done with banners and music. This was quieter than triumph. In the hall, men rustled and pricked their ears. Cersei lifted her head at the sound of bootheels on stone and knew the rhythm of them without seeing the men who made it. And she smiled the way a woman smiles at a memory she intends to sharpen into a weapon. In the shadow of the Iron Throne, Stannis stood like a judge at the end of a long winter. He did not look at the throne. He looked at the men around it. He looked at Slint as if measuring him for a noose, at Varys as if finding his weight in gold, at Barristan as if reacquainting himself with a weapon he had not lifted in years. He looked at Sandor Clegane and found him to be a sick dog off its leash. "Where is the queen?" Stannis asked. "In the holdfast," Ned said. "Her knights with her, within walls, without harm." "And the boy?" Stannis asked. "Both," Ned said. "Send for them," Stannis said. His voice did not rise. It did not need to. He turned and at last let his gaze rest on the throne itself. Not long. Long enough to acknowledge that something had been carved in the world in a shape he did not love and would not let rule him. Ned's heart beat hard. He looked at the blades and thought of Robert's hand on his shoulder, rough and heavy and affectionate in a way the man had not been with many others. He thought of Jon with his brooding eyes, of Robb with his stubborn pride, of Bran's small hands trying to lift a sword too big for him, of girls who had asked for toys and gotten men instead. He thought of winter coming. When the queen came into the hall at last, it was with every grace practiced. She moved as if she would never stumble, never catch her foot on the unevenness any hall holds. Tommen clung to her hand, and Myrcella walked near her with dignity so fine it looked like sorrow. Ser Meryn and Ser Boros wore faces they thought were brave. The Lannister guards had their chins up. The small folk around the edges made a small sound that was not quite a hiss and not quite a sigh. Cersei looked up at Stannis and let the corners of her mouth curve at last, like a woman who recognizes an old dog that had once bitten her. "My Lord Stannis," she said, "so far from Dragonstone, did the waves not bore you?" "The city bored me," Stannis said, which was not precisely true and did not matter. "I come at the realm's summons." He looked at the boy. "Come here," he said, and Joffrey did not stir because Joffrey had not been brought. Only Tommen and Myrcella were there. "Where is Joffrey?" Stannis asked, and the cold that had been in Barristan's hair and in Ned's hand and in the stone itself turned sharper. "Gone," Cersei said sweetly. "He does not like cages. He has Sandor Clegane for his dog. Did you imagine I would let you play with my children in your court?" She turned and kissed Tommen's head and smiled at Stannis over the boy's hair like a cat with cream. "Fetch him," she said to no one, because it was a command that could not be obeyed by anyone who would speak here. Ned did not move. He had taken the city with daylight and law. He had locked the queen and set watches and doubled them. And still, somewhere at the edges of his line of sight, a boy had slipped with the hound's shadow to cover him, into a city full of men who had learned to keep their tongues. He felt the old ache in his leg and knew that there was no world in which you caught every fox. "Find him," Stannis said without looking at Ned. "We will," Ned said. It was only then that the hall began to buzz, a hive that had been held too long with smoke. 100 men began to speak at once. Some asked for bread, some asked for blood, some asked for pay, some asked for the gates to be closed, some asked for them to be opened. Above it all, the Iron Throne sat with its edges blunt and its shadow sharp. Stannis lifted his hand and the noise came down, but it came down like a tide going out before a larger tide. "We will confirm a council," Stannis said. "We will weigh claim and law, and we will do it before 1,000 witnesses. We will not make a farce of this. We will not crown anyone until the realm knows who it is crowning." Cersei laughed. It was not loud. It did not have to be. "You think witnesses will make it true? Men will swear to whatever pays them. You think the High Septon will bless your cold head? He will bless what fills his collection plate. You think the city watch is yours because a northerner said please? You think the small folk love you because you will give them bread with one hand and take their sons with the other?" She took Tommen's face between her hands and kissed his cheeks. "You think you will hold this city," she said. "But it does not belong to people like you. It belongs to people who are born knowing how to lie." "I do not lie," Stannis said. "I do not need to." She smiled as if that had been a confession. "There," she said to the crowd. "He tells you himself. He will not give you pretty stories. He will not make you feel better while he takes what is yours. He will be lawful while your bellies are empty." She turned and let the silk of her sleeve whisper, "Enjoy your law." She would not have time to enjoy much herself. That night, the holdfast's rooms were searched in ways that had not yet been done. Behind the panel where the plaster had cracked and been repaired, under the flagstones, into the kind of shadows that even servants did not visit. They found a letter half-written to Jaime that spoke of love and punishment and that would never reach him. They found a chest with coins counted and wrapped with doing in mind. They found nothing that would bring Joffrey back into the keep. In the mud gate ward, Sandor Clegane sat a boy-eared prince on a stolen horse and spoke to him plainly. "Keep your mouth shut," he said. "Keep your hood up. Do not try to talk your way into anything. We go to a man who hates me less than he hates your mother, and we ask him to do work his hands know how to do. Then we ride west to your grandfather." "I am your king," Joffrey hissed. "You are a boy with a knife," Sandor said. And when Joffrey lifted the knife, he slapped it out of his hand and picked it up and handed it back, because sometimes a boy must be taught his place by giving him what he wants. "Hold it tight. Use it if you have to. If I tell you to run, you run. If I tell you to hide, you hide. If I tell you to keep quiet, keep quiet. If you do as I say, you may live to sit in a chair and let fat men flatter you into thinking you earned it. I will have your head." Joffrey muttered. Not if I keep it, Sandor said flatly and made the horse go. Men sleep when they are exhausted, no matter that the gods are rolling dice with their names on them. Morning came again. The sun rose as if it had been ordered to buy a council that did not include men. Ned stood on the terrace and watched fishing boats make simple V's on the water and thought about how even now there was a rhythm in being alive that could not be stopped by a cloak or a hammer. He felt tired in a way that had sunk into his bones. He thought about calling Robb his boy even when he wrote to him as a man, about the way Sansa's voice had sounded when she asked for Joffrey's life, about Arya's stubborn little jaw as she said she did not seek trouble. He thought about how much more there was to think. He went back to the hall. He sat. Stannis stood beside him, not comfortable and never trying to be. The small council moved like men who expected a table to buckle under them. Varys smiled the way water smiles when it finds a stone and goes around it. Slynt counted guards and ways to count them wrong. Barristan smelled like leather and exhaustion. The Hound was not there and would not be for a while. A man came and spoke hurriedly of riders north of the city wearing a lion on their breasts. Another came and spoke of the riverlands burning. Another came and spoke of 3 ships that had not turned back with the tide, which meant someone had paid them not to. The day went on. Ned made decisions because decisions are the only thing a man in a chair can make. He could not draw steel as often as he would if he were in the yard. At dusk, a raven again. This one to say that Renly had taken the rose with him and planted it in banners and in lords' hearts. Another to say that Tywin had crossed the Green Fork. Another to say that Jaime had thrown Lord Vance from his horse and laughed. None of these things could be brought into the hall and weighed in one hand, but they were weights nonetheless, and Ned could feel them gathering where men's spines join their skulls. When the hall emptied, Stannis and Ned were alone with the throne and the echoes that do not leave when men do. Stannis stood a moment and then said, "You have done well." Ned did not look at him. "It will not seem so before it is over," he said. "Nothing seems well when it is in the middle," Stannis said, and that sounded like a truth he had baked on Dragonstone until it was hard. "I would have done it differently. I have no doubt," Ned said and almost smiled. Stannis looked at the throne. "We will place a man we trust at the head of the watch," he said. "We will have the king's men counted. We will hang anyone caught with a Lannister's coin in his hand and a watchman's cloak on his back. We will hang those who deserve it," Ned said, "and we will feed those we can." He rubbed his brow. "Where would you begin?" "By telling the truth," Stannis said. "In front of everyone." Ned drew a breath. "Tomorrow, then." He thought of Sansa's face when he said it aloud. He thought of Myrcella's small curtsy when he asked for her doll. He thought of Tommen's smear of jam. He thought of how the truth breaks and remnants are sharp. In the night, before the dawn that would bring truth in a hall full of men who would not know what to do with it, Ned went to the Godswood. There was a Godswood in the Red Keep, though it had no heart tree, no face, no old power. The grove was a garden made by men who liked the idea of old things, with a pool that reflected the city's lights and a bench someone had carved too smooth. He stood under trees that gave no counsel and asked anyway, because what else does a man do? He said Catelyn's name under his breath and listened to how it sounded when the leaves pretended to be leaves of another tree. He said each child's name. He said the North. He said winter. He said law. He said mercy. He said, "At last, keep me steady." It was not a prayer a Septon would approve, but it was the one he had. The leaves moved a little. They made the same sound leaves make when winter is far and the night is kind. He left the Godswood and went to his bed and lay on top of the linen because it was too hot to lie under it, and closed his eyes and opened them again too soon to believe he had slept. By morning, the city had made more rumors than the bakers had loaves. A girl in the Street of Silk said she had seen the Hound riding with a boy like a little lord behind him, and a dockhand swore he had seen red sails leaving at dawn, and a man at the Gate of the Gods said he had seen a lion man with his hair cut short as if trying to hide what he was. None of them were sure enough to be nails. All of them were splinters. Ned took them in and did not bleed for everyone. At the hour when men go to small rooms and septs in equal measure, he stood before the throne with Stannis and sent Barristan to fetch the queen. The hall filled. Men who had thought this would be an entertainment came and put entertainment's looks on their faces. Women who had thought this would be a humiliation came to watch and be fed by it. Boys came to see a scene they would describe later as if they had been actors in it. Varys glided. Slint swelled. Renly was not there. The Hound was not there. Littlefinger was not there. Tywin was not there. But their absence sat in the room as if it had paid for chairs. Cersei came, at last, and took a place with her children, and set her mouth. She had grown more beautiful since the confinement had begun, the way a knife grows more useful after it has been sharpened by patient hands. Tommen leaned on her skirts. Myrcella did not. She stood and raised her chin and watched the men like a princess whose mother always told her to pay attention to the men.
Ned spoke.
He did it without preamble. He did it without flourishes. He told a story about hair and about who begets whom, about a book and what it means to read it, about inheritance and the lies that make coins jangle. He told the names of men who had died because they had asked the questions he asked. He did not say that the boy was a bastard in front of the boy who had a smear of jam on his cheek even when he slept. He did not need to. Men know the shape of a word when it is not spoken. Then Stannis spoke. He spoke of the law like a man describing a winter landscape to someone who had never seen snow. Not because he thought they had not seen it, but because he wanted them to see it as he did, hard and beautiful and unyielding. He said that the realm could not be held together by lies, that lies rot wood and make roofs fall at night. He did not raise his voice. He did not have to. Silence after that was not true silence. It had the texture of thoughts. In that not silence, Myrcella's breath could be heard. In it, men counted what it would cost them to say yes or no. Cersei laughed, softly again, because stone does not echo soft laughter. She took Tommen's hand and stepped forward a measure, just enough to make everyone's attention draw like a string. You unravel a tapestry because you find a single thread that offends you, she said. You will be very cold when winter comes. Better cold than covered in rot, Stannis said. She shrugged an exquisite shoulder. Perhaps, she said, but I prefer fur to righteousness. Choose as you like. Then she took her children and turned away, and for a heartbeat men did not stop her because no one had given them the word. They looked at one another to ask who would call it, and no one did. Ned did not call it because he was counting what mercy could be, even now. Stannis did not because he knew there would be other moments to be hard. One need not crush a moth with a rock when a finger would do. When the guards stepped in front of her at last, it was with care. They did not touch her. She stopped and smiled and said, "You see? You cannot hang a smile," and let them walk beside her back to the holdfast. The day grew old and then older. Before the sun dropped, a rider came from the river gate with dust on his face and fear in his eyes. He carried Tywin's gift, a charred brand pressed with a lion's head. He gave it to Ned and said, "They burn," and the word went through the hall like a cold. It was not this village or that one. It was all of them that could be reached without crossing a bridge a man could defend with his brother and a spear. It was fields and barley in sheaves and women who had thought to make a soup and found that the men had taken the pot. Stannis stood very still. "He will pull your boy south," he said. "He will make you choose." Ned looked at the lion branded into the wood and said, "I have already chosen." He lifted his eyes. "We hold the city. We send what men we can spare to the riverlands. We send word to Robb to stay where he is unless the lion crosses the neck. We do not break our spine for a tail, but we do not let the tail be eaten either." "A fine needle to thread," Stannis said. "I have daughters," Ned said, and the words were not an explanation and were exactly one. "I have learned to thread other things." He did not sleep that night either. He stood again at the window and watched the moon walk itself toward the west, and the city, which looks like a living creature from a height if you stay long enough and forget what it is made of, rolled and breathed and made its small noises. A cry, a clink, a laugh, a sob. The bay lifted and laid down its waves to be stroked by moonlight. Somewhere in the dark, a dog barked at a thing only dogs hear. Somewhere, a boy with terrible hair sat in a room with a soldering iron and looked at a coin and decided whether he was a prince. The storm was not yet breaking, but men had begun to tie things down. Ned held the iron chair with his body and his name and the truth he had said out loud, and he knew what he had made. A place where the realm could choose to be brave. He did not know whether it would be. He thought of the weirwood in Winterfell, and of the feel of snow settling in his beard, and of the sound Catelyn's breath made when she slept and was not worrying. He let his eyes close. The night made little noises in the margins of the room. He dreamed of Bran running up a tower and not falling, of green leaves that spoke words he could not catch, of wolves who paced and then lay down and then lifted their heads all at once as if they had heard something far away and important. He woke before dawn to the sound of bells that meant fire in the city. He rose and took his sword, not because he thought the sword would be needed, but because a man's hand on a known hilt makes the world more possible. Outside, the air tasted of smoke. The sky had the look it gets when someone burns something they should have mended. Men ran. Women ran. The watch moved with haste enough to show they had not become soft on his coin. The fire flickered not near the steps and not near the palace, but somewhere lower, where wood and thatch and hope are packed tight. He went toward it because that is what a man does. He passed a woman with a loaf she had saved from burnt bread, and she pressed it to her chest as if bread could hold back heat. At the edge of the fire, a boy in a ragged leather jerkin shouted that he had seen the hound, pushing a boy toward the river, that the hound had killed a man who tried to stop him, that the hound had laughed, that the hound had not laughed, that the boy had been crying, that the boy had been a king. None of this was provably true, and all of it had a smell of truth. Ned sent men to the river. He sent men to the gate. He sent a message to Stannis that was only 2 words. He runs. In the Red Keep, Cersei sat and let a woman brush her hair until it sparkled, and every stroke made her breath go out and come back in like a sea. She thought of rage and turned away from it because rage is only of use if it warms men to do what they would not do otherwise, and she did not have men to warm. She thought of sorrow and turned away because sorrow spends energy and she had little to spare. She thought of a prophecy spoken by a filthy mouth in a dark place long ago and decided that the woman had not known everything. Barristan stood on the holdfast's wall and watched torches move through the city like fireflies that had learned to be cruel. He hoped in a way that felt like prayer that Sandor Clegane would not turn into the man his eyes promised, and then hated himself for hoping for any kindness from that quarter. In the throne room, when dawn finally broke, the light made the iron look almost blue. Ned was there before it brightened. He stood with his hand on the railing at the second step and listened to the sound the city makes when it comes awake. The first cartwheel, the first crier, the first cough. Stannis came in without ceremony and stood beside him. They did not speak. They had said everything that could be said to one another by then. There remained the saying of those things to all. The day would be long. It would stretch like hide on a frame and be scraped and still not be finished. There would be men to hang and men to feed and fires to put out and letters to write and messengers to send and false friends to mark and true friends to bury. There would be decisions that would make enemies for life. There would be moments of mercy that would be called weakness and moments of hardness that would be called cruelty, and all of it would be necessary. The storm would break. The city would hold or it would not. The realm would find a king or it would be torn in for. The north would call and the south would answer, and the east and the west would do their own dance. Ned breathed in. The air smelled like smoke and sea and iron and a lemon tree that refused to die in a place that did not love it. He set his hand more firmly on the banister. He began to climb. The steps were iron and they remembered footsteps. Ned set his weight upon them as if upon a frozen stream, testing not for crack but for that treacherous slick that sends a man to his knees. He did not stumble. The hall's breath gathered under the rafters and held there, waiting. By the time he reached the seat, the light had found the windows and made thin spears through dust. He did not look at the throne while he sat. He felt it at his neck and along his shoulders the way a man feels the gaze of a watchful thing. Barristan came first, quiet, the hard calm of the morning made into a man. Behind him, Pycelle tottering, his mouth a furrow of righteous sorrow, Grand Maester's heavy chain moving as if it resisted its bearer. Varys flowed. Janos Slint stumped with his chin lifted, eyes small and bright. Others followed. Lesser lords with ink on their fingers and grease under their nails. Captains who had washed their faces and not their hands. The sort of men who crowd close when power speaks and call their nearness duty. "The boy is not in the city," Barristan said without preamble, and the murmur that went through the chamber sounded like a sheet shaken free of dust. "Not in the city?" Pycelle echoed, affront layering his age.
Impossible.
"The gates are barred. The watch is doubled. Every alley has eyes." "Eyes can be bought," Varys offered, mild. "And Slint's men see what they are told to see," Stannis said from the step below, which he had not ascended and would not. He did not give insult by avoiding the throne. He avoided it because an honest man does not touch a thing that is not his. Slint's lips puckered as if he had bitten rind. "My Lord of Dragonstone will forgive me, I am sure, for pointing out that the watch has held the gates, and the Protector himself has praised our vigilance." "I praise what deserves it," Ned said, "and I change what does not." He let the words sit a heartbeat and then, "Ser Jacelyn Bywater." The man stepped forward from the ranks of helmed gold cloaks and removed his helm. He had a long face and a mouth that did not turn down when serious. It only became more itself. His hair had thinned without shame. He stood as if he were accustomed to hearing bad news and good orders. "You will take command of the city watch," Ned said. "Effective now." Silence laid its weight like a stone. Slint blinked and did not move. Then his face reddened, rising from collar to cheek as if a tide climbed him. "My Lord Protector." "Janos Slint," Ned said, keeping his tone even and cool in a room that liked heat too much. "You have served this city by serving men who paid you for service. I require a man who serves the city because it is the city." He flicked a glance to Barristan. "Ser Barristan, the Kingsguard will assist Ser Jacelyn in securing armories, gates, and bridges. The watch answers to its commander, who answers to the Protector, who answers to the realm." He paused. "Which is not a purse." Slint looked as though someone had put a lemon slice in his mouth and told him to smile. He bowed a degree too low and too late. "As you command," he said, and looked past Ned, to Pycelle, to Varys, to no avail. "Men look. Ed away from a fish taken from a hook." Bywater accepted the baton and the trouble in the same motion. "My lord," he said simply, then turned on his heel and began to call names. The sound of his voice was steel on whetstone, steady, without show. A portion of the watch peeled away, their formation untidy to begin with, and tightened as they moved, as if the act of obedience taught them how to carry themselves. "When the law is unsettled," Stannis said under his breath, "the first thing to settle is who keeps it. Let us keep it without spilling it," Ned said, watching Slint go, and wondering which way his steps would take him before the day was out. Pycelle lifted heavy eyelids. "My Lord Protector," he began, oily sorrow returning as the tide when the moon returns. "To displace the commander of the watch upon a day when we most need continuity is a dangerous." "Grand Maester," Ned said, "in the last fortnight this court has had too much of a single sort of continuity. It nearly made a king of a boy who was not a king." He did not raise his voice. "If your counsel is caution, keep it. I have heard it. The realm will have action." Varys' eyes went bright for a heartbeat, like fish just under the water's skin. "And the boy who is not here," he murmured. "The city loves a prince who vanishes. It can be made into a tale for any mouth." "He will be found," Stannis said flatly. "God's grant it is by our men," Barristan said. "I have no relish for seeing the hound's back as he rides out the gate with the boy behind him." "Send riders to Rosby and Duskendale," Ned said, "and to the river crossings. Send letters to lords who keep roads and ferries. Offer a purse for news and a rope for lies." He took a breath that carried iron into him. "And we speak truths again today. Bring the high septon." Pycelle made a faint huff, pious and aged. "His High Holiness is indisposed by the demands of rights for late King Robert. The September has needs innumerable, and the bells are heavy." "Send him word that the realm will not be governed for a single hour by bells," Stannis said. "If he does not wish to hear the truth, we will ring it for him." They did not wait upon the High Septon. They never did, not truly. He arrived of his own solemnity near midday, a slow river of white and gold robes and acolytes whose boy-soft faces ached with the importance of their tread. Pearls and crystal shivered faintly in the light along his chest. He carried a staff that had been carved 3 kings ago and polished by 1,000 hands, none of which had swung a sword. He blinked up at the throne and made the sign an old man makes when he has found the correct step in a prayer. "Protector," he said, bending his white head. "Lord of Dragonstone." He opened his hands. "I grieve, as do the gods, that things not ordained in the 7-pointed star must be debated in such a place, at such a time." "Grieve later," Stannis said. "Attends now." Ned set out the same story he had given the hall the day before. He did it stripped of its softness this time, because there are moments when mercy is made of clarity. He spoke of black hair and blue eyes, of Joffrey's golden curls, of the seed and the soil, of the book Barristan had turned pages of for him while Robert slept and died 3 rooms away. He spoke of Jon Arryn and of Stannis' departure to Dragonstone with truth grabbing at his heels, and of the king's will, and of his daughter's safety, which he had promised and meant. He did not speak of Jaime in Cersei's bed. He spoke of law. The High Septon made a sound as if his breath had stumbled. "It is no slight matter to call a queen's children baseborn," he said. "It is the splitting of the realm's skin blood will seep. And what of the boy raised as prince, taught as prince? The father's justice is tempered by the mother's mercy. Mercy is not a plate a man puts over a cesspit and calls it a table," Stannis cut in. "You would have us eat from rot." The old man's lip quivered. "The mother loves the children regardless of who begot." "The mother is not protector of the realm," Stannis said. "Nor is she Lord of Dragonstone. You are asked whether you will witness law spoken in a hall built for law, that the faith may say, when it must, that it heard words that were not lies." Varys watched, still as a lizard at the edge of a pool. He had the look of a man measuring, not hearts but currents. How the faith's heavy robe would drag at a man if he jumped into deep water. At length the High Septon bowed his head. "I will witness what is witnessed," he murmured. "But the anointing oil is for kings who do not need to be named." "Kings are named by law," Stannis said. "Anointed by oil or by blood, they are named." The day lengthened around them, not in hours so much as in thought. Witnesses were called who could speak to the matter as ink and flesh. Men who had served in the Hand's Tower when Jon Arryn had been alive, who remembered what questions he had asked. The keeper of the histories who had brought the book. A stable boy who, without fully knowing what he meant, told a hallful of men that the prince had not much liked riding until recently and had needed always to be coaxed to the saddle while his brother. Which brother? Someone called Prince Tommen Lord had taken to ponies like bread to butter. It mattered and it did not. 100 small stones in a scale cannot equal a lump of iron, but they make the pan move. Cersei did not come. She sent no message. She sent Myrcella and Tommen to sit where a soft winter sun had found the floor, because it made Tommen warmer and less apt to nod in front of men who would call him slow if he closed his eyes a moment. Myrcella sat straight and listened as if the stories were being told around a child's bed and the wolf at the end would be slain. When the stable boy stumbled in the telling, she smiled at him. A small, brave smile, and the boy straightened, and a kindness that did not serve any purpose found a chair for itself in the midst of use. Sansa came at Ned's word. He had told her truth last, softly, in a room where the light fell in a square on the floor and did not reach the corners. He had said it in a way that would not bruise more than it must. She had sat very still and looked at his mouth as one looks at a fire that might catch a spilled skirt. Now she came in blue again, blue deeper than yesterday's, and her face was pale in its frame. She stood where he could see her and where Myrcella could see her. Tommen saw only his shoes. When Pycelle rose to speak, slow, solemn, he did so as if his joints were too holy to be hurried. He talked of sanctity and of kings who had faltered and been steadied by queens. He mentioned Maegor not by name but as the one the chronicles call the cruel, as if speaking names was a kind of summoning. He found ways to say loyal while his mouth made the shape of Lannister. He did not say truth once. When he was done, Stannis made a motion with 2 fingers, impatient. "Sit," he said. "Your comfort with wrong does not make it right." Pycelle sat with the dignity of a man who believes there is no chair in the world he does not deserve. Bywater sent back small reports like waves. This gate quiet that Allie watched, men posted at ferries, 3 dwarfs stopped at a gate and made to show their faces. Tyrion had not been among them. 3 boys described as golden-headed questioned and found to have hair that came off with lie. The hound's name turned up on a breath here, a curse there, the clank of his great sword heard in the night in Flea Bottom, then in the fish market, then not at all. "Rosby," Ned said to Varys, "if you were a hound with a boy's life in your hand and a queen's coin at your back, where would you take him if not to the sea? Somewhere a Lannister name has purchase." Varys murmured, "Rosby is gentle and gouty and would sell his grandmother for a bomb. Duskendale remembers old injuries. It is a town that loves grudges and new law. I would ride to Rosby and ask a soft-spoken steward for warm wine and a blanket and await a herald with a lion sewn into his tabard." "Send men," Ned said. "Not many. Men who know how to swallow pride and wear quiet." "Shall I name them?" Varys asked, eyes all innocence. "No," Ned said. "Name 2. Bywater will name the rest." "I can name 1, said Stannis. "Davos Seaworth." Varys did not quite start, but it was close. "The Onion Knight," he murmured. "A curious choice for an errand in silk. A good man for a task that needs arriving," Stannis said. "He will get to the door that resists other men. He will not be stopped by lack of courtesy on the other side." "Then send him," Ned said. They sent Davos with 3 of Bywater's men, city-born and plain-looking, and a single Kingsguard Ares Oakhart, whose youth could be mistaken for something softer than what it was. Davos took a cloak that had no sigil and a horse that had no charm and set his mouth to the road. He did not think much of himself as he went. He thought of onions and of the first time he had pushed a little boat against the current alone and the way his arms had ached and how, even then, he had been content to ache if it meant the boat would move. In the afternoon, when the light was as flat as old iron, Arya found the boy with the black hair and the hammer at his bench again. He had finished the thing he'd been shaping. It sat on the table like an idea made in metal. A helm with a blunt nose and plain, angry lines. It had the look of a bull because a boy had made it who thought a bull was a thing that said, "Get out of my way." "You made that?" she asked, because Arya asked the question at the root first. Gendry looked up, squinting through hair that had fallen into his eyes. "No," he said, and then, because honesty is a reflex in some boys and a choice in others, and he was the first kind, "It looks like it would break a man's nose just by staring at him," Arya said, which was praise in her mouth. "Good," Gendry said. "Noses need breaking." He wiped his hand with a rag that had been clean once. "You're the hands girl." "Yes," she said. "I'm Arya." Gendry. He did not bow. Bravosian courtesies had not reached the street of steel. He picked up the helm and held it at an angle, judging. "You look like you'd wear something that didn't advertise your face." "I'm not hiding," Arya said, and then thought of Syrio and how he would have turned that into a question. "I'm learning to be quiet," she amended. He gave a snort that might have been approval. "Good luck with that." He set the helm down. "What's it like up there?" "Up where?" "In the castle." He jerked his chin, as if the Red Keep were a hill with sheep on it. "Loud," she said. "Full of people who talk and use fewer words than you'd think." "That sounds like here," he said dryly. She watched him fit a strip of leather. "There are bread carts," she said, thinking he might like to know it. "My father sent bread out. If you stand where the line bends against the wall, a woman with red hair who smiles too much gives you 2 instead of 1. He kept his eyes on the helm, but something eased in his mouth that had not been eased before. "We get our own," he said, "or we don't." "You should still stand there and let her make her mistake," Arya said. "It's her choice." He set the leather with his thumb hard. "I don't like taking what's a mistake." She studied him. Then maybe it's not a mistake, she said, and Syrio would have smiled to hear her. In the holdfast that evening, Sansa went where she had been told she might go. Through a corridor past a guard with a tired face who had learned not to leer, and into a solar where the air smelled of lavender and the shutters were open to see wind. Myrcella sat with her embroidery, a bird half-formed on the white, and Tommen played with a sleepy cat that woke when he tugged its tail and then did not punish him for it. The queen had a book open, but she was not reading. She was thinking with her face turned away from both children. "My Lady Sansa," Cersei said without looking away from the light. "You are kind to come." "I was asked," Sansa said, and then had the sense to let that be. She came forward and made her courtesy and sat where Myrcella could see her, but Cersei would not have to raise her eyes far to do the same. Courtesies were shields that did not look like shields. "You have always been a good friend," Myrcella said shyly. "I am sorry you are sad." Sansa's heart, which had been a scraped thing all day, gave a strange little beat. "I am sorry you are frightened," she said. "I am not frightened," Myrcella said in the quick, fierce way a child claims the attribute she wants. If she had been older and crueler, she would have added, "You are." She was not and did not. "I am anxious. Mother says it is a bad word for a princess. Princesses are serene." She bit her lip. "Serene means you look like a pond and not a stream. Ponds get frogs," Tommen muttered without looking up. "Streams get fish." Myrcella's mouth twitched. "And here is a philosopher," she said. Cersei closed the book and looked at Sansa fully. Then, the way a falcon looks at a mouse it has not decided whether to drop upon. "What did your father tell you?" Sansa sat up straighter. "He told me the truth," she said. "Which you will repeat now," Cersei said, soft. Sansa felt the prick of that as if it had been a needle in a seamstress's hand. If she spoke in the queen's presence, the queen would make the words hers. If she refused, she would be a rude girl who did not know how to be gentle. He said, she began carefully, that the realm must be ruled by law, and that truth is the first law. Cersei's nostrils flared. "A Stark's law," she said. "I have seen laws used like cudgels. They bruise the same as fists." Sansa lowered her eyes. "He told me I would not wed Joffrey," she said. The words lined up and made to march, since they could not stay. Silence in the room then, except for Tommen humming to the cat. Cersei's hand opened and closed once on her skirt. "You would have been a good queen," she said, and Sansa did not know for a heartbeat whether it was kindness or cruelty. "You might yet be. Things change. Men decide what is law, and men can be persuaded. A pretty girl is a lever in a city full of doors." Sansa stared at her embroidery, Myrcella's bird, its wing half a suggestion. "I do not want to be a lever," she said so low that only girls could hear. "You will be what men make of you," Cersei said, so pleasantly that the words felt at first like a compliment. Myrcella put her hand over Sansa's for a blink. "We will be what we decide," she whispered, and sounded as though she were inventing a game. Sansa brought herself away from tears by force. "If you see Joffrey," she said, and her voice did a strange thing, flattened as if ironed. "If you see him, tell him I do not hate him." Cersei's lips parted as if to make a shape, then closed. She tilted her head. "Do not hate him," she repeated.
No.
"That would be foolish." When Sansa slipped away, Myrcella returned to her bird, and Cersei watched the light slide along the sea and thought of ropes and of how many kinds of knots there were, and of the one that would hold the fastest. Bywater's men returned to report Rosby closed its gates to organized men and opened them to a single rider with a satchel and a cough that could be heard across a yard. Davos had sent a boy back with a message that read in the crabbed hand of a man who did not write more than he must. "In. Boy not here. Steward too smooth. Watching. Let him watch," Stannis said. "Let him watch until his eyes hurt. Then let him go to the next place and watch again." "We will need more eyes," Ned said. "Varys." The eunuch spread soft hands. "My little birds seldom fly beyond the city. They sing at the gates and forget the tunes they knew when they hatch." But I have a man who counts sails by the sound of gulls, and another who knows the smell of the horses kept in Rosby's stables. I will ask their noses to tell me what they can." "Do so," Ned said, "and ask the High Septon to return tomorrow. We will have him see the Queen again, and hear again what we have said." "He will come," Varys said. "He loves ritual. The repetition will feel like prayer." Before dawn the next day, a rain began that was not a storm but a steady correction. It washed the dust out of alleyways and made puddles of yesterday's ash. It drummed on the slate where men had recently hammered new pieces in with pride and avoided roofs where an old woman had asked for coin and been told to wait until next season. It softened the edges of the day and made men's tempers worse and their mouths quieter. Syrio made Arya stand with her feet in a puddle and hold her blade while 5 boys she would not have chosen tried to knock her in. She kept her balance by thinking of the Weirwood pool at Winterfell on a hot day, and of how the water did not shift unless something larger moved beneath it. She let the boys be rain. When she had not fallen for 6 passes, Syrio dipped his head the smallest amount. "Now you may fall," he said, and flicked her ankle with the toe of his boot, and she went in with a splash and came up laughing and sputtering like a cat knocked into a barrel, and the boys laughed too, and for a breath the city was only children and a man with a stick. The court that morning felt different. Rain does that to rooms. It makes their corners change shape. The High Septon's robes smelled of damp wool and sanctified mildew. Cersei's gown was darker than yesterday's, green gone to forest. Tommen's cat had not been permitted. He sulked, then forgot to sulk. Myrcella's eyes were rimmed faintly pink. She had tried to prick a second wing and pricked her finger instead. Pycelle coughed thrice and brought out a scroll with such solemnity one might have expected it to sing. "A letter from Casterly Rock," he intoned. Ned nodded, and the old man unrolled fate on parchment. Tywin Lannister's hand was known to men in halls across the realm. It did not sprawl or fuss. It put words down as if they were coins stacked, tall and straight, in full view of the man with the counter. He wrote of grief for the late king and of sorrow that the queen had been treated in ways that did not respect her station. He wrote of the Riverlands' insolence and the outrages of brigands near the Golden Tooth. He did not write of burning, except to say that fires sometimes light themselves when fools refuse to douse them. He pledged to bring order to disorder and to present himself before the throne when the realm had its proper head. Stannis listened with his jaw set so hard it might have cracked. "He tells us that he will keep his army moving until the crown is one that he put on a head," he said. "He tells us," Varys murmured, "that a lion's grief is a wedge. He will drive it where we are soft." "Then we are not soft," Ned said. "Send back a letter with the seal of the realm. Inform Lord Tywin that his daughter is safe, his grandchildren are safe, the gates are closed, and the law sits in the chair his king left. Bid him send men to put out the fires his men set. He let the small stir that met that die. And send ravens to Riverrun and Harrenhal and to Lord Piper and Lord Vance. Tell them that the crown recognizes their pain and pays for spears. They will not wait for words alone." "Coin," Varys said, and gave a small, not unkind smile. "You will need a master of coin to take an axe to the barrel and find the bottom." "Littlefinger has removed himself," Ned said. "For now, the bottom will be found by men who like their sums to add th. Way they should." He looked to a sallow clerk with a wax-stained belt. "Sefton, you will serve in the counting house with my men. You will be watched. Take no offense." "None taken," the man said dryly. "I prefer when someone looks over my shoulder, keeps me from borrowing." The law was spoken again in that hall, felt less dangerous and more real. The High Septon's hands shook when he lifted them to bless what had been said. When the queen rose, she did it slowly. Her eyes were very bright. "Daughter," she said to Myrcella, and the girl came, "and son." To Tommen, who planted his foot on his own hem and stumbled and recovered with a boy's scowl, she kissed their hair and looked up, not directly at the throne, but into the light beyond it. "You may put crowns on any head you like," she said. "The realm will still be hungry, and men will still die in the Riverlands, and Tywin Lannister will still be your problem. It was prophecy and threat both. "Problems are for solving," Stannis said. "Men will die, but not these." He looked at the children, and there was something in his gaze that had not been there before. A flicker that might have been pity, if pity were a spark struck by duty when it rubs against tenderness. When the court broke, Ned found Barristan waiting at the base of the steps with a face like weathered oak. "Lord Stark," he said quietly, "might I have a word apart?" They went to a side passage that smelled faintly of damp banners. Barristan set his back against the wall and folded his hands. "There will be men who think to solve this by cutting a knot," he said. "They will say that if the boy is not present, there is no need for a trial. They will say that if the queen were less comfortable, she would talk. They will speak of throats and of knights, and their eyes will be bright while their mouths are careful." "I have heard such men," Ned said. "I have told them I would not." "You will be tested," Barristan said. "Monsters come when you are tired. They come dressed as help. If you are protector when they knock, they will speak your language." He hesitated, a very small hesitation for a man who had never owned that habit. "If the worst comes," he said, "if the city is overrun and the law loses its grip and the children are in the way of men's victory, my oath extends to their lives. I will not be at the wall when men come with knives. I will be in the doorway, and I will kill them." Ned had known it, and still the knowledge moved him. "Do not let it come to that." "I never have," Barristan said, and for a breath a younger man stood in the white cloak, his sword bright, his back to a boy too sickly to lift a shield. "Not yet." They parted. Ned returned to the Tower of the Hand and stood a time with his hand on the back of a chair, as if it were a horse he had to calm. The chair did not move. The city did. By afternoon, Davos sent another boy and another message. "Rosby plays for time. Lord pale as tallow. Steward glib as butter. Cough worse. No boy. Riders seen toward Stokeworth." "Stokeworth," Varys mused, drawing his lip between two fingers, delicate as a harpist testing a string. "House Stokeworth is diligent, unimaginative, and suspicious of noise. This lady likes lapdogs and quiet. A good place to move through, not to stay. Send men there as well," Ned said, and Stannis gave a single nod that meant do it now. That evening, the rain ceased. The city exhaled. A pale light after storm lay over the bay and turned the water to metal with fat blue places. Men came out half shy and looked at the sky as if expecting it to reproach them for having roofs. Ned walked the ramparts because it was what he did in Winterfell when he wished to see what was coming before it arrived. He found the sea's smell more honest than the halls. He found Varys there also, soft shoes silent as moths. "Lord Stark," Varys said softly, "a small matter. Your man, Septon Shale, spoke words of comfort in a potshop in Flea Bottom. He said the mother's mercy is for bastards as well as princes and left his bowl in the corner for others to use. A woman there repeated what he said to a man, and that man would have taken his words to the queen's brother, were the queen's brother in the city. He could not, so he gave them to a gold cloak who carries words. I give them to you instead. Tell Septon Shale to keep his bowl and his prayers together," Ned said. He rubbed at his brow. "And tell your bird to give his words to a better mouth next time." "I always try," Varys said. "Mouths are strange. Some swallow truth and spit back only praise. And some swallow praise," Ned said, "and spit back only poison." The eunuch's lashes lowered. "And some swallow poison and grow fat on it." "Do you?" Ned asked, not unkindly. Varys smiled, the smallest crinkle at the corner of one eye. "I prefer onions." They stood a while without speaking. Out beyond the last chain, the sea shifted its weight. In the dusk, two lanterns danced, fishermen making an old bargain with the dark. Ned thought of Davos following a cough across a wet road and asked the gods to favor stubborn men. The next day brought tidings from the trident like stones dropped into a calm basin. Splashes, ripples, another splash farther out. Jaime had taken Lord Clement Piper's foragers and hanged 2 men for setting a barn alight without permission. It had the shape of mercy and the smell of calculation. Tywin had sat his camp with the rivers behind him, which meant he did not fear his retreat cut off, which meant he planned to advance. Lord Vance sent word that a village called Sharer stank of smoke for a mile, and that men with lion badges had laughed while they lit thatch. Men in the hall asked for answers and wanted them to be sharp like sword points. Ned gave them rope instead. Orders for levies, coin for wagons, messages for houses that still waited to see which way wheat bent on windy days. In Winterfell, Robb paced the hall until gray wind sighed from boredom. He read his father's second letter 3 times and then gave it to Luwin again, as if the words might land differently when a different voice dropped them. He stood on the battlements at night and looked south and did not call the banners, and men watched him with a young lord's eyes and were reassured and unsettled at once. He slept poorly and dreamed of a river that would not decide which bank to touch. Catelyn left the Eyrie. She went with a small escort and Ser Brynden at her side, the Blackfish riding with a presence that made the road believe it had always been his. They descended the mountain carefully, the way a woman comes down from grief. In the high air below the snowline, the sky opened like a bright wound. Catelyn kept her jaw set and her eyes forward, because looking down is for men who want to fall. At the crossroads, she slept under a roof that smoked and dreamed a dream she did not tell Brynden. Littlefinger catching fire and not burning, because men like that do not burn. They boil and become something else and pour themselves into a new vessel. Tyrion sat his pony with the hill men around him, and laughed at Shagga's 5th joke about cutting off manhoods and making necklaces, and made a small motion with one hand that meant don't, and Shagga understood well enough to look aggrieved. He rode into Tywin's camp with that motley at his back and received the look from his father that he had expected. The look a man gives a cask to be thumped. He thumped it, proved sound. "The Starks hold the city," Tyrion said, tearing bread that tasted of camp and dust. "Stannis is with them. Renly is not. Renly will be with the Tyrells before the year turns," Tywin said. "He will come with flowers and find thorns. And Stannis will come with law and find men," Tyrion said. He wiped his fingers and flicked crumbs to a dog and watched the way the animal's head moved. Quick, wary, hopeful. "The boy prince is gone from the city." Tywin looked up then. "Gone. The hound took him," Tyrion said, enjoying the way surprise moved the skin around his father's eyes. "Either at her order or at his whim, which is worse. He will either come to us or try to make us wish for him to go to someone else." Tywin's mouth flattened. He looked at his map the way a man looks at a board he has carved, looking for the flaw he knows he did not make. "Find him," he said. "If Clegane comes near our lines with the boy, bring them in. If he rides for the coast, there are still men in Lannisport whose loyalty was bought before wheat sprouted this spring. If he goes to Rosby, there are coins there that share our face." He tapped the parchment with a thick finger. "The Riverlands first, the city after. We break their allies and their bread, and the city will break itself." "And the boy?" Tyrion asked. Tywin stared at the line drawn along the red fork. "The boy is a thread," he said. "We will pull it when the cloth is on our table." The hound did not go first to Rosby. He went by night to Stokeworth and asked no leave. He slept in a shed and fed the boy with bread and water and a slice of ham that had been intended for a fat steward who did not know it had gone missing. He watched the road from a slit and saw men ride by who did not know how to ride quiet. He judged that they were looking for a dog and a boy and a shadow too big to be either. He waited until dawn, then slipped out with Joffrey on a plow horse and a lie made of mud. "Where are we going?" The boy hissed in a voice that tried and failed to be a growl. "West," Sandor said, "if you can keep your mouth shut long enough to see sunset." "I will have you whipped when I am king," Joffrey said, which was almost a prayer, and Sandor snorted and rode on. They reached Rosby at a poor hour, when the sun found every crack and made it a brighter line. Davos was there, under a hood, watching a gate that was closed and a wall that had sober guards upon it. He saw the pair at once. A man who has smuggled knows when a smuggle is near. He did not move. He did not run to the gate or call or wave like a man who wants to be paid for having seen something. He shifted his weight until his boot rested on a stone that had not rested in a long time. He waited. Sandor saw him, Of course he did. Wolves see seabirds and know the difference between a gull and a cormorant. Their eyes met, and a conversation occurred that used no words and much understanding. Sandor gave the smallest shrug that a man with shoulders like his could manage. Davos lifted his chin an inch to say, "Not here." Sandor tugged the boy's hood lower and rode on, as if a little cold had reached him. At dusk, Davos rode to a farm a mile beyond Rosby, where the hay smelled sour and the children had counted the last carrots into 2 piles for 2 days. He sat on a block and hummed a tune a Bravosi had taught him once, and after a time the hound came out of the dark, boy behind him, sword across his back like a cart's axle. "You're the one," Sandor said without admiration. "The Onion Man. You're the one," Davos returned. "The dog who knows when to bite a hand and when to lick it." He kept his tone even. Men like the hound do not like being told what they are, even when they know it. "Keep your tongue," Sandor said flatly. "Is the city hunting us? There are eyes on every gate and a boy in every alley with his ear to his own mouth," Davos said. He looked at the boy. "Your Grace," he said. Joffrey straightened under the hood as if the word had reached a bone and struck it. "Finally," he said, and yanked his hood back, and the last of the light made his hair a proclamation. "You will take me to my grandfather." "No," Davos said, surprising himself with how gentle the word was. "I will tell you where not to go so that you may arrive where you wish. One way gets you hanged in a ditch. The other gets you to a stool by a hearth where you can dry your feet and wait for a man who hates what you stand for less than he hates being told what to do." Sandor's mouth made a crooked shape that might have been close kin to humor. "He speaks, little king, as if he were a maester and not a thief." "My lord," Davos said to Sandor with an irony so thin it could not be cut and used, "I am a smuggler. There is a difference." "You'll bring us through?" Joffrey demanded, threatened, begged. "I'll bring you past the place where fools point," Davos said. "In return, when you live, you will learn what bread costs." Joffrey blinked at the strange word in the wrong mouth. "I know what bread costs. 2 coppers in the street of flour." Davos thought of Stannis and his face when told the price of tar in a lean year. "No," he said, not unkind. "You do not." Sandor's eyes went to the black of the fields, to the line the road made, to the thin shape of the Rosby Tower. He jerked his head. "Say your piece." "Not here," Davos said and rose. "There is a ditch 2 fields over that looks like a ditch and is a road if you know where to put your feet." He walked without looking back to see if they followed. He heard the shuffle of a plow horse and the weight of a man who would rather go where he wants and not where he is led, and a boy breathing through a scarf because the night's sweat had surprised him. They reached the ditch. Davos lowered himself into it with the care of a man who had fallen enough times to be humble. "You go here," he said. "You walk until the ground feels different under your soles, the smallest change. Then you climb and there is an old wall. You follow it. It will bring you into a grove. The road beyond will not be watched because it is not the road a rider would take. 3 miles and you will find a cart. The man with it is deaf. He sells cabbages. He will make no conversation. You will give him the coin I will give you, and you will not show your face. When he lets you out, you will be past their second circle. If you choose to go to Stokeworth, then do it on your heads. If you choose to go to Duskendale, do it with care. If you choose to do the clever thing and double back and try to use this in reverse, don't. They will learn it tomorrow." Sandor listened without expression. Joffrey looked bored, as boys do when told how to be alive. "Why do you help me?" he challenged at the end, with the arrogance of someone who has never had to suspect generosity. Davos looked at him and saw a boy who had been made by a bed and a story and a city that loved stories more than bread. "Because I was hungry once," he said, "and because if you live, you will have a chance, however small, to use your crown for something besides making men kneel. If you die now, a worse man will wear you." Sandor grunted. "He says he likes onions because they make him cry." "They make stews better," Davos said. "They make almost anything better." He put 3 heavy coins into the hound's hand and turned away before thanks could be demanded or refused. "If you live," he said over his shoulder, "remember that the man who sells cabbages has a daughter with a lame foot." He did not explain why it mattered. Men should learn. They went. Davos waited a long time, then left by another path, that old reflex alive in his feet. The knowledge that a trail is a gift to the man behind you unless you step in water and then on rock and then on nothing for a while. Back in the city, Bywater moved the watch as quietly as men that number can move. He posted 3 men on a roof that had a view of 2 alleys and a 3rd man at ground level with a bad cough to look unthreatening, and told them that if they saw the hound, they were not to shout his name but only to drop a pebble and let the man below cough differently. He turned away bribes as if they were bad bread. He told a fat man with a fine sword that if he wanted to carry it he could come to the yard and show he could use it. The fat man went away with his sword under his cloak and paid another man to feel insulted instead. Ned slept a few hours, as men do not choose but are overtaken. In his dream, he sat the Iron Throne again, and the blades were sharp and cut his shoulders, and the blood that ran from him was not his but the realm's. And he woke with the taste of rust in his mouth and lay very still as if moving would be an admission that the dream had been real. When he rose, the sky over the city had the color of old milk. He washed his face in water that the servants had not had time to warm, and the cold made his thoughts bright. He sent 2 letters, one to Riverrun telling Lord Hoster that the crown would reimburse twice over for grain sent now to hold the Riverlands upright. One to Winterfell to Robb, repeating what he had said with new words. Hold fast, watch the neck, do not be drawn by the tails flicking. Stannis came with lists. He had been awake before dawn. He always was. The lists were of ships seized in the king's name and men conscripted to row them if need came. Of officers who needed to be posted at forage depots. Of names of men who had taken Lannister coin and could be used or hanged. He handed them over as if he had plucked thorns from a hedge and expected to be thanked for his blood. Ned read, amended 3, initialed 8, drew a line through 2 and wrote beside them, "No." Stannis grunted. It was approval. "Pycelle," Stannis said, the name itself a stain. "He counsels caution and does nothing. Will you keep him?" "He wears the chain," Ned said. "The Citadel will not strip it because I dislike the man who wears it." "It wore better on a better man," Stannis said. "So does a crown," Ned answered, not looking up. Stannis' mouth made a shape that might have been the thought that someone had struck him and he had found it bracing. "You are bold in your chair," he said. "I sit where Robert put me," Ned said. "I will leave when Law does." He set the lists aside. "And you will stand where Law puts you, even if you do not love where it is." "I have seldom loved where I stand," Stannis said. "It has not kept me from standing." A messenger came with wet hair and the look of a man who had run in rain. "From Rosby, my lords," he panted. "From the Onion Knight." He handed over a tightly rolled scrap. The seal was a smear. Davos never wasted wax. Ned opened it. Stannis read over his shoulder. "Past Rosby, possibly Stokeworth. Likely toward Duskendale. Hound cautious. Boy impatient. Will angle west after. Buyers for cabbages satisfied." The last line had the smallest ink blot after it, as if the pen had hesitated and decided not to finish a thought. "West," Stannis said, tapping the word. "He will try to reach the gold road where the lion has teeth. We send men to lie in ditches. Not many. Men who know that the first thing to do when you see him is nothing. Bywater will know which men," Ned said. "And Davos," Stannis said, as if testing whether the name could be said like any other. "Davos will do what men like him do," Ned said. "He will be where he should not be at the moment when it matters." He folded the scrap and set it down as if it were something that could bruise. Before noon, Slint returned to the hall with cheeks that had gone slack. He bowed very low and held it so long that his joints must have sung. "Protector," he said hoarsely, "I beg the realm's forgiveness that my men did not keep what they should have. I beg to remain in the city as a humble servant, if the city will have me." "You may remain," Ned said, "as a man, not as a commander. If you sell your loyalty again, We will make a buyer of you and count your price in inches of rope." Slint swallowed. "My lord," he said, and slunk away like a dog that has learned that a boot can be lifted without warning. Bywater came in his stead and saluted. "Men at the moo." D gate say 3 men on 1 horse passed at dawn, and the horse was too calm for that. They did not stop them because women were screaming in the next street and a roof was falling into a fire. "I have men who will not sleep at that gate again for shame. They ask a flogging." "Give them bread," Ned said, "and the next time let the roof burn. They will not be asked to let children die. They will be asked to choose. Teach them how to choose." Bywater's mouth tightened. "Aye, my lord." The afternoon found Ned in the godswood again, though it was no more a godswood than the court was a place for prayer. He stood under a tree from the reach, the bark flaky, the leaves not the right color, and made himself think of the north by force. He had done hard things. He had not done this, told a city of strangers that he would hold them steady while he held himself steady, and done it with men around him whose first instinct was either to cut or to run. He said Caitlin's name again, because the saying had steadied him yesterday. He said John's name in a whisper, because the boy had gone where the world was black and white and cold, and he would want, in that place, to hear a voice that remembered warmer. He said Arya. He said Sansa. He said Robb. He said Bran. He said Rickon. He said their names, and in doing so he remembered that no throne can love a man back, and that it is a mercy to know what does. When he turned, Varys was in the arch. "Forgive me, my lord." The eunuch murmured, not moving forward, as if a man with hair might think himself caught if a shadow came too close. "News." "Not the boy," Ned said, hearing the dread in his own mouth. "No," Varys said, and shook his head, so that his scent moved, powder and something like orange peel. "A woman in the Street of Sisters says she has letters. She says they are from Lord Baelish. She says she will sell them to the highest purse." "Letters," Ned said. "Lists of obligations," Varys said. "Debts, favors, promises slid under doors like thin knives. If true, they cut more than coin. He kept copies. He keeps copies of everything. If so, then he has left himself thin at last." "Buy them," Ned said. "Pay whatever she asks. Then find out what else she is selling and to whom." "I thought you would say so." Varys's eyes warmed a fraction. "The city can be held with bread. It cannot be held with secrets." "Everything is held with secrets sooner or later," Ned said. "I would rather know mine than be told them by a man who smiles." He left the grove calmer. The air had cooled. In the halls, torches had not yet been lit. The stone held a day that did not want to let go. Sansa met him where the corridor made a crooked place and stepped out of a niche with a breath that sounded like a bird's first try at song. "Father," she said, "I went to the Queen." She spoke quickly, as if speed would pull a thorn without pain. "I said I did not hate Joffrey. I did not tell her anything else." He looked down at her and saw the child who had once plucked at his sleeve at feasts and asked whether this lord had dogs and whether that lady's gown had been cut with the seam wrong. He set his hand on her head, then, awkwardly, as if she were younger than she was. "You did well," he said. "Kindness is not a ladder. You did not try to climb with it." She nodded. "Myrcella," she began, and stopped, lips trembling, and steadied herself. "Myrcella is brave. She will be a good queen for somebody, not for. She will be a good woman," he said. Sansa's eyes filled, and she blinked, blinking them back, and made him proud in a way that only hurt a little. "I will be too," she said. "You already are," he told her, and meant it. By nightfall, Davos had reached the grove beyond the ditch and found the cabbage cart gone and the field rutted by heavy wheels. He went on. The men he had set to watch had not been seen by the men they had watched, which is always how you want it to be. At a rise, he looked back and saw the road as a line traced by a child who has been told to keep his chalk within bounds and has not wholly succeeded. He scratched his jaw. The hound would aim for Duskendale and then a southwesterly, then west, out to the Gold Road, up under men's noses, then out again. If so, there would be a place where 2 trees made a gate and a stream ran under the path like a hidden thought. He went there. At the same hour, in King's Landing, a boy with black hair put the last rivet into a helm that looked like a head lowered to charge. He set it on the bench and stepped back and admired it the way a man admires the back of his own hand after washing. Familiar and clean and new. He wiped his palms on his jerkin and went to the door, because a girl had told him about the bread. He did not plan to stand there long. On the way he passed a man who looked like no one important and who became, briefly, a shadow longer than it should have been. Gendry did not notice. Varys did. The eunuch marked both, with that light inward check a man makes when moving stones in a game only he plays, and moved on. Ned Stark sat late, again, and read lists and names until letters began to turn into shapes of waves. He set the parchment aside and let his head tip back against iron that did not cut him and would if he gave it his skin without thought. He closed his eyes. He listened to the city's walls speaking old stories to themselves. This lord, that queen, this boy, that sword, a fire, a famine, a summer when the flies were thick, a winter when dogs went thin. He listened and did not answer, and in the deep place inside him where a man keeps the shape of home, a weirwood's leaves turned red and redder, and the sound of water told him that it was still there, moving over stone as it had before men named it. He slept without meaning to. He woke to a hand on his shoulder, firm but not urgent Barristan's. The old knight inclined his head. "They have him," he said, and Ned was on his feet before the second word had found the floor, and the city, which had been merely waiting, took its next breath. "They have him." Barristan's voice held no triumph. He spoke it like a man reporting weather, cold coming on, wind out of the east. Ned was already moving. The room fell behind him, the table, the quills, the maps. Stone and shadow and the brief, startled faces of men who had sat awake too long blurred by while he took the stairs two at a time despite the ache that had found his bad leg at dawn and made it stubborn on the third step. Stannis fell in at his shoulder without speech. Bywater was at the door with rain still on his cloak and a look about him like a blade slid into a sheath that fits. "Duskendale Road," he said as they crossed the yard. "But not within the town." The hound tried to go round. "A man with a cabbage cart." "Davos," Stannis said. Bywater's head turned, the faintest flicker of surprise and acknowledgement. "Aye, a ditch that wasn't a ditch. 3 men on 1 horse. A change of horses. A cough. Our men watched the cough and not the horse. Then the horse came to them and snarled. The hound cut too, then saw how many shadows he stood inside and chose to listen rather than die for pride. The boy spoke too much. "He is hale," Bywater finished neutrally. "How many lost?" Ned asked and braced himself because a number is a cut and once you take it you do not get the flesh back. 2. Karen of the Hook. Bandy Tom. Bywater's mouth moved around the names once, then let them go. "If they'd had spears and he'd had daylight, I'd be telling a different tale." "Bring them home," Ned said softly, and then added, because it mattered to say it aloud, "and send their coin to whatever hands should have had it after them." Bywater dipped his head. They reached the outer yard as the first of the escort came in at a trot. Rain had slicked iron and leather, and men's faces were newly raw where wet had found salt. The horses' flanks steamed in the cool, and the smell of them lifted a memory out of Ned so cleanly he almost staggered. Boys in Winterfell's yard the hour before dusk, the frost lifting as they rubbed down their mounts, the way grit squeaked under a currycomb. He put the memory away because this hour needed something else. A ring of watchmen came like an opening fist, and in the fist's center the hound rode with his head bare and his hair slicked to his skull, the scar on his face gone the color of old bone under rain. He sat like a man on a bench where he would spend his life if life had not given him a better bench. Behind him, on a common gelding that wished very much to be anywhere else, a boy sat too rigidly for a rider and tried to make his mouth align and succeeded only in making it a thinner boy's mouth. His hood had been thrown back. The gold in his hair looked sullen in the gray day. "Your Grace," Barristan said when they drew near, and the habit of the words put a hush on a yard that had been muttering without meaning to. The old knight bowed very slightly, not in fealty but because even a dog knows to lower its head when a child needs to be led. "We are glad to see you safe." Joffrey did not look at him. His eyes jerked toward Ned like a fish yanked on a line. "You will hang for this," he spat. The voice broke toward the end and made the spit a child's. "All of you, you dare touch the king? I will have your—" Sandor's hand closed once on the gelding's bridle, and the rest of the sentence did not come. He looked at Ned as men look at a judge when they have not decided whether to be insolent or sensible. Rain made thin lines on his ruined cheek. "Law," he said. "You wanted law. Here's your law. He's breathing. Keep him that way. If any man raises a hand, I'll kill him, and then I'll die, and you'll be short one boy and one dog and have a mess to clean where you stand." Ned's chest eased a fraction. He had not known he had been holding that measure of breath. "Ser Sandor," he said, and that too was habit. The courtesy to the name men called a mockery. "You did not kill where you could have." Sandor's mouth made something not a smile. "Could have," he said, "has a way of making a man's bed hard. I prefer beds soft." His eyes flicked toward Stannis and away, as if he had seen rock and decided not to bite it. He slid down from his saddle in a single liquid motion and lifted Joffrey off his with less care than a nursemaid and more care than a jailer. He set him on the cobbles as if setting a heavy jar. "Walk," he said. "Keep your chin down. It hides less than you think, but it hides enough." Joffrey stumbled a step, then remembered who he was supposed to be and squared his shoulders. His hair lay in wet ropes. He lifted his chin too high in defiance of the order he had been given. Rain stitched brightness across his cheekbones. He looked smaller than Ned remembered. Boys always do when the air is cold. Ned stepped forward to meet him and for a moment could not help seeing another boy with another face. Jon, riding in out of a winter morning with his cloak pulled tight and stubbornness in the set of his mouth. He put that away as well. "Joffrey," he said, and did not raise his voice. "You are safe." "I am king," Joffrey said. "You are safe," Ned said again, and let the word sit. Bywater gestured, and men moved. They did not crowd. They did not need to. They made a corridor where there had not been one, and within it the hound and the boy and two watchmen who held themselves the way men hold themselves when they know the weight of the thing at their side went forward toward the holdfast. Stannis turned with them, and Ned and Barristan glided, white cloak dragging a clean line through wet grit. Varys appeared at their flank, mild, interested, untouched by rain, like a man who had always been standing where you only just arrived. Cersei was waiting in the first room, not because anyone had told her, but because there are women who feel the moment and walk into it like stepping into a dress they have had laid out since morning. She stood with her palms on the back of a chair as if it took effort to keep them from her sides. Myrcella was beside her, and Tommen in a corner with the old cat, who tolerated everything with the dignity of a creature that lives in a palace and expects to be fed. When Joffrey came in, Myrcella made the smallest sound, half gasp and half sob, and caught it and did not move. Tommen's face went open the way a child's does when he sees the thing he has been told he should not hope for, and then he remembered that he was Tommen, and held still except for his hands, which wrung at each other like little birds that wanted to fly. Cersei did not move. She looked at Joffrey as if measuring him for a new skin. "My son," she said, and the sound she made moved something under Ned's sternum in a direction he would rather not have things move. She stepped around the chair without haste and took Joffrey's hands. He flinched in surprise, then stiffly endured the touch. She lifted his hands and held them in both of hers as if warming them. She did not kiss him. She did nothing so obvious. She only looked into his face the way women look into mirrors when there is no one else in the room. "You made it hard, mother," Joffrey muttered, because he had not managed the day and could not bear to say that aloud. Better to put the sharp somewhere else and hope it cut another. Her eyes did not change. "You made it harder," she said, not unkindly, and at that he dropped his eyes and looked almost what he was for a breath. A boy who had stayed out in a storm and come home to a house that smelled like lavender and sugar and the faint iron of keys. "This confinement remains," Stannis said, and no warmth had found his face from the scene. "She and the boy are safer behind locks. They will be safer when the city knows that they are kept not by caprice but by right." Cersei looked up at him then with all the lazy contempt of a cat who has been woken and does not mind showing claws. "Give him to me," she said. "He is a king. You do not keep kings in cages like birds." "You have kept him like a bird all his life," Stannis said. "You fed him sweet seeds and taught him tricks and clipped his wings. I give him a perch from which he cannot fly and break his neck." "Your metaphors are as chilly as your bed," Cersei returned. "My son will not. He will eat, sleep, and be treated with the deference due his birth," Ned said, and surprised himself with the way his voice came out, drier than Stannis and heavier, as if he were carrying the words rather than throwing them. "He will not sit the throne. He will not hold a sword in this keep. He will not leave these rooms without a guard of men I name." "You name," Joffrey flared, color coming like a slap into his cheeks. You think." "Be quiet," Cersei said, and Joffrey was. Not because he had grown obedient, but because an old habit had been put on him and fit. She never raised her voice. She did not look away from Ned as she spoke. "You will not win men by making them watch a mother's son behind a door. I will not lose the realm because I opened a door for your son to run through," Ned said. "We tried your way. He went. We fetched him back. There will be no third try." They set the guards again. Barristan stood with his hand on the pommel of his sword and watched Cersei watch, and watched how her eyes went first to the locks and then to the hinges. He did not move his hand, though the weight of the sword felt odd today. Sometimes a weapon takes on a new gravity when there is a child in a room. When they had left the holdfast, the rain had thinned to a mist as fine as breath. The city looked washed, its colors, mud cloaks, red doors, blue awnings, turned down as if the day had tired of show. Stannis set his stride toward the hall. "Now," he said, "now you call them and you place the truth on their tongues while the boys' footsteps still sound in the corridor, and they know you keep what you say you keep." "We will speak it," Ned said. "We have spoken it." "You have spoken it," Stannis said. "They have not answered. You have taught them a prayer, and they have repeated it. I want to hear whether they believe." Ned looked toward the September. The bells had not rung since morning. Perhaps the rain had quieted them. Perhaps the old men who pulled them had gone to stew their joints. "We will speak before the High Septon again," he said. "We will make the record a record." He rubbed his brow with a thumb and felt the grit the wind had pushed there. "And we will send for men to speak for houses. We will not make a farce of it with only courtiers." "A great council," Varys murmured behind them, as if discussing the weather that, too, had returned. Stannis snorted. "A great council," he said. "A meat feast for men who eat with their mouths full. The law needs no council." "The realm does," Ned said. He looked at Stannis full on and did not look away. "You want to be king. You want to be king by law. You will have to be king to men, not to a book. Let them come and put their names in a place where names belong. Let them swear to what is right and eat what is set before them and sing the songs they sing when they have talked themselves into thinking they chose what had to be chosen anyway." Stannis' jaw worked the smallest movement. "You are softer than they think," he said at last, "and harder than they will like." "Better than the reverse," Ned said. They set to it. The ravens went out again, their numbers as astonishing as their indifference to human arrangements. Letters to Sunspear, to Highgarden, to Oldtown, to Storm's End. Letters to the Vale that Lisa would read through her curtain of dread. Letters to Riverrun, to the twins, to Pike. A courtesy more than anything, and yet courtesies sometimes keep men from doing the thing they would do to prove they are not to be slighted. Letters to Harrenhal, to Derry, to Maidenpool. Letters to lords less often named. The Bucklers, the Moutons, the Rosbys and Stokeworths and Ricker of Duskendale. The men whose lands surround the city like a belt and who can either tighten it or let it slip. Pycelle mumbled about precedent, about the Council of 101. He misplaced a scroll and found it in his sleeve. He spoke of the Seven's Grace and the Targaryens' long shadow, and he looked startled when Ned said, "We are not Targaryens. We do not pretend to be." He shuffled away to put his seal on things that had already flown. Varys smiled and smoothed and found men who had no right to be useful and made them so. He purchased letters with coin the city had not known it had. found in a box that had been under a box that had been under Slint's bed. He bought 3 names and 2 sums and a list written in a hand that anyone but him would have called Littlefingers, because Varys never called a thing by its common name when there was another name to use that would be more accurate. Bywater spread his men in slashes and punctures rather than easy lines. He moved them by night and made them stand 2 hours in places where nothing would happen, because it is good for men to practice doing nothing when nothing is most valuable. He sent boys with no cloaks and old men with limp spears to walk in front of the gates at the hour when men come and go without thinking what the men on the wall will see. He found a woman who sold eels and whose son had been caught stealing nails in a dockyard and set her to listening at a particular corner where words stuck. He gave her money the way you feed a cat who might decide to like you. Barristan, with the King's Guard, arranged rotas that made it impossible for Meryn and Boros to grow too comfortable in any one place. He set Ares Oakhart and Preston Greenfield to the holdfast and kept them there until they had learned the faces of every maid, page, and ratscatcher. He kept himself at the bridge when the sky began to turn, because dusk is when most men decide to be brave. He did not rely on the lock. Locks are for men who sleep. Sansa wrote a letter to her mother and did not send it, because the words were not ready. In it she told a story about a bird who had been taught to sing and then had forgotten how when it heard wolves. She told her mother that Myrcella sat very straight and that Tommen fed cats with both hands and that she herself was learning to be very quiet, which is not a thing girls are praised for when they are small but sometimes keeps their throats whole when they are older. She set the letter under a box with a ribbon in it and felt, for a small hour, less likely to break. Arya moved where Syrio told her to move. The world had edges that men did not see because they were not bent to see them. Children know where the cracks are, Syrio reminded her. She crept along one of those cracks with her breath careful. At a certain corner she stopped because a shadow where no shadow should be had moved. She put her hand to the wall and felt the stones damp. A man came around the corner with a step that said he knew where he was when he walked. He had a face men turn away from because it is only a face, ordinary, forgettable, dull. Arya saw what was under it, a tension like a blade in a sleeve. She set her feet to spring if she had to. The man paused. He did not look at her precisely. He looked at the place where she stood. His head tipped a fraction. Then he went on. She let out her breath and felt as if she had lifted a weight for a minute and put it down, and found in herself a pride that did not need praise. At Duskendale, Lord Ricker's steward, a dry stick of a man with a conscience like a ledger, told Davos that no boys with hair like coin had come through the gate and that the gates had since been closed at night and that was law. Davos nodded and said he had no wish to bend law, only to know which way it leaned. He drank small ale and watched the yard where men kicked at mud out of habit. He left by a door that had not been used since the morning a horse had balked at its frame and broken a man's ankle. He found, in a copse, the imprint of a cart's wheel that had carried more weight going out than coming in. He followed it as a man follows a smell of smoke in a forest and found a place where 2 stones had been set to hold back mud by someone who knew small things save time. He had his answer then. The hound had not gone to Duskendale. He had done just enough to make men believe he had, and then turned his face west where the Gold Road runs like a stripe across a lion's flank. Davos went to a farm at the end of a hedge and asked for water. He watched a child's eyes go to the door, as if she expected someone. He left and took a line through furrows and hit the road where 2 dogs had left prints on either side of a single horse's hoof. He set his jaw and rode. In the Riverlands, Lord Beric Dondarrion took the crown's banner and a writ with Ned Stark's name and seal and set out from King's Landing with 50 good men and 30 whose goodness would have to be discovered under pressure. Thuras of Myr rode with him in robes that had been mended at the shoulder twice and smelled faintly of wine and of the smoke of 100 feasts. They went to find Ser Gregor Clegane and to bring him back if he let them, or to send his head if he would not come whole. They rode out under skies that could not decide whether to rain or not, the kind of indecision that makes horses mean. Beric had a face like a painting of a young lord, bright-eyed, eager, too open by half. He had not yet learned that heat spent quickly on one fire leaves a man cold in the morning. He would, at Tywin's table, the letter with the royal seal, the seal of the Protector, arrived with the weight of wax and the lightness of paper. Kevin broke it and passed it. Tywin read it with his lips pressed. It was neat. Ned Stark's hand had always been neat but never fussy. An honest script that did not elongate its tales to impress a reader. It told Tywin that his daughter was safe. It told him that his grandson was safe and would remain so. It told him that fires in the Riverlands would be put out and men who set them named and punished. It told him that a great council was called. Tywin set the letter down and folded his hands and did not look at anyone while he thought. The candlelight made the scar at his jaw, so pale most men forget it is there. Blink once like a lizard under a rock. Tyrion ate a grape, because there were grapes, which always astonished him in war. "How proud he is of his handwriting," he said lazily. One would think he had carved the word law on an axe and expected it to cut because it was legal. "He has Stannis," Kevin said, though his tone suggested he did not find this comforting, only relevant. "Stannis will keep the chair warm," Tywin said quietly. "He will polish it. He will not know how to keep men from setting it on fire." He looked up then. "Jaime?" Tyrion scratched at his lip. "He writes that he is very bored of skirmishes and would like a battle in which a man can tell what he has done at the end of the day. He writes that Lord Piper's banners are prettier than their men. He writes that he dreams of a boy in a crown and wakes up angry. He asks for more arrows, which means he wastes them." He flicked a look to his father. "He will keep his men amused as long as he can. He will overreach if he is allowed." "He will not be allowed," Tywin said. He put 2 fingers on the map where the red fork splits and made a small motion as if writing a crooked cup. "Send Marbrand to range. Send Lorch to find the men who call themselves the kings and chip their edges." "Amory," Tyrion said, making a face. "If you send him to find men, he will find women, set them to screaming, and then pretend he has gone deaf." "He will find Beric Dondarrion," Tywin said. "He will not bring him back alive. The king's men will write my name on their banners in their blood, and I will wipe it off of them later. For now, I want the smell of Lannister in their nostrils. They are dogs. They will chase what they smell." "And the boy?" Tyrion asked. "Your grandson, golden, angry, moist as bread." Tywin looked at his son as if measuring him for a cloth that would either be sufficient or not. Tyrion never knew which. "He will be found," Tywin said. "He will be held. When the time is correct, he will be used. He is a tool now. He would have been a tool later as well. My daughter has made too much of him. I will make less." He looked back at the map. "Ride with the hill men. Keep them between Jaime and a hanging. I will use them where they are useful and throw them back at the mountains when they are not." Tyrion lifted his cup in salute to honesty. "As you say," he said, "if they cut off my manhood to wear." "They will not if you keep them full," Tywin said, and turned to the work of moving the world along its grooves. Renly rode into Highgarden as if leading a May dance. The generous lands of the Mander rolled under them, every field smug and full. Mace Tyrell came out with banners enough to shade half the courtyard, girls with garlands, boys with pipes, and his belly ahead of him like a minor lord. Beside him stood Ser Loras, every inch of him a blade in bloom, and behind them both Marjorie, as poised as a cup set on a table by a practiced hand. "Lord Renly," Mace boomed, and embraced him with arms like sausages. "Brother, cousin, almost son. We were mad with joy when we heard you were coming and mad with grief when we heard why. Come eat, drink, plan. The realm needs faces it loves." "The realm needs bread first," Renly said graciously, and Mace gestured as if to say, "And bread we have, and bread you shall have, and bread we will send in carts that bear my flour." They went into a hall where tapestries had more story in them than most singers. Marjorie moved with them, the way flowers move when the wind shifts. "We will send 3 trains," she said, before her father could think to ask who had counted the loaves. "Round loaves for the street of flour, long loaves for the docks, as they sell easier. We will send not only bread but salt, for fish, and vinegar that the city may keep what it catches." She smiled that soft little smile with iron in it. And of course, word that the reach feeds the realm when the realm is hungry. Renly's eyes warmed. You will make a queen of yourself before any man has the chance to try, he said. She lowered her lashes in feigned modesty and looked through them. We do what is necessary, she said, and made necessary a word that might be printed on silk instead of lead. Loras took Renly's arm with a proprietary ease. You will sit the throne and let Stannis gnaw the bones? He murmured later, when they could grin blasphemies at each other without a septa overhearing. You will smile and the city will smile back. It wants to. Renly's own smile slipped then, briefly. It wants to, he agreed. It also wants to have its belly full and its houses not burned and its women not taken. Stannis will make sure of the second and third. I will make sure of the first. If we do it together, he shrugged. Has that ever happened? Men doing things together without needing to find out whose knife is bigger. Once, Loras said. When we lay together, it went very well. Renly laughed, and the moment passed, the way a glint passes along a blade and is gone. In King's Landing, the bells pealed out mid-morning the day after Joffrey returned. Not the morning bells for Robert, which had grown tired even in the mouths of men who loved making the city hear them. Not the fire bells. These were the bells that said, "Come, witness, be part of the thing that will be remembered if a singer does not drink too much and forget the chords." Baylor's September filled like a cask. It had always been a place for show as much as prayer. The 7 crystal windows cut light into colors and poured it on men's faces as if the gods could not help but decorate whomever stood in their house. The High Septon took his place, assisted by men who had learned to look grave at feasts and delighted in practicing. The small council came with its long faces and their eyes darting. Lords with lands within a day's ride came, Rosby pale and coughing behind a handkerchief, Stokeworth's lady plump and nervous and clearly aware that this was not her piece on the board. Lord Ricker of Duskendale steward with a face like a noose that had remembered it once had been rope. Lord Valerion from Driftmark, sea-salted and precise. Men from the crownlands that line the Blackwater with their hats in their hands and their wives' words in their ears. Ser Barristan stood as the oath made flesh. Ares Oakhart stood with his fair head bowed. Marin and Boros sweltered under iron they had not polished. They never did. Cersei came with Tommen and Myrcella. She did not bring Joffrey. Ned had not allowed it, and she had not demanded, and that told him that she knew this hour for what it was. Not a trial, not a farce, but a pin set in the realm's map where all could see it. Ned stood before all of them with the will in his hand and the book at his elbow. Stannis stood at his side, looking like he had been built for this hour and hated the architecture. He spoke what needed speaking and did not embroider. He did not accuse Cersei of incest. He did not name Jaime. He named hair and seed and law and wrote justice in the thin air where men had to breathe it. Cersei listened with her head tilted and her eyes almost lazy, the way a cat's eyes go soft when it intends no kindness at all. When he had done, she lifted her head another degree. You cannot prove what you say without shaming me and calling the realm to laugh at its own queen, she said. You will not do that here. You are too noble, Lord Stark. That is the thing about noble men. They hamstring themselves. Ned let that pass. He lifted the book. Orys Baratheon married Argella Durrandon, he said, and the names ran like cold water through the room. Men like to hear their history said aloud. It steadies them. Their children had black hair and blue eyes. The seed is strong. Black and blue, like river stones. The Baratheon line shows itself. Robert's bastards run in this city like mice in a granary, and every one of them has black hair and blue eyes. Joffrey has hair like yours. The High Septon lifted a hand as if to bless, lowered it as if his arm had tired. The 7 see that law is a web, he said, shaking. Once laid, it catches big flies as well as small. May it catch only those who should be caught. Stannis' lip curled. The law is a blade, he said. You lay a web if you are a spider. I prefer a sword. Men murmured. They like swords. Swords are easy to sing about later. Webs are not. Varys watched faces with his mild, bland interest, noting who swallowed on which syllable. Pycelle perspired. a man too old to be certain where the water comes from when it begins to bead. Rosby coughed neatly at moments that made it convenient not to be asked a question. Stokeworth's lady touched her pearls at the mention of bastards, then realized that she had done something cliched and put her hand down with force enough to make her rings click on the bench. Valerian looked offended on behalf of marriages in general. The small folk near the doors, the handful who had pressed in with courage or had been allowed to stand as a gift, shifted from foot to foot. The word bastard means one thing in halls and another in alleys. When the High Septon asked, in the voice he used at feasts to call a prayer that will be said regardless, "Who will speak to the claim?" Stannis stepped forward. He named himself by names he had not yet borne here. He said the words a man says when he claims a right. Eldest brother, by law, by blood, by oath. He did not embroider. His hands were on the rail like a man about to lift a weight. It ended as such things end. Not with trumpets, but with signatures and seals. The High Septon noted what had been witnessed. The lords who had been present put their hands to the record, attesting that they had heard. Ned signed last and pressed the seal and felt, as he sometimes did when breathing in very cold air, the sting that carries purity with it. They did not crown a man that day. They did something stranger, they made an absence visible. The realm saw where a king would sit. That was more dangerous than a crown in some ways, because men are always dangerous when you show them a space and ask them to fill it. When Ned left the sept, the city looked different to his eyes. The wind carried the smell of salt more strongly. The light had that thin quality early summer light can get on days that pretend they will be cool and then betray the men who believe them by noon. He put a hand on the stone where you descend the steps. It had been warmed under 1,000 hands. He descended and found Davos at the foot of the stairs. The smuggler bowed shallowly, a good bow for a man who does not enjoy it. "My lord," he said, "they went west. I sent 2 men after them who know what not to look like." "Good," Ned said, and felt a gratitude that surprised him by its sharpness. "Come to the Tower of the Hand at sunset. I will have bread for you and a thing to ask." "Bread is good," Davos said, plain as ever. "Asking is better." He looked up at the September. "You made a hole in the sky for the gods to look through," he observed. "I hope they like what they see." "The gods have not always liked what they see," Ned said. "They have seldom seen what men have not shown them," Davos returned, and touched his brow and went. That evening they sat in the solar, a small fire lit for the damp. Stannis sat with his long book of lists, moving names around in his head. Varys took wine and pretended to sip it. Barristan stood until Ned told him to sit, and then sat like a man who had forgotten how to use the thing and remembered as he lowered himself. Davos took bread and turned it in his hands before biting, the way a sailor turns coin left behind by a man he did not trust. "I need a ship," Ned said. "Quiet. Fast. With a captain who can be trusted with a box and not ask what is in it." "I have 3, Davos said. 2 that will look like they leak and do not. 1 that will not look like anything." "Good," Ned said. "We will send to Riverrun with it. Grain, coin, a letter." He paused. "And a thing I do not trust to the ravens." He looked to Stannis. "If Tywin takes the riverbanks and squeezes, men will starve before the council meets." "I know," Stannis said, "and I am counting sacks and ships and whether oarsmen can be made from jailers. I will not have the city go hungry while we argue about a chair." "We will not," Ned said. He looked to Davos. "You will take what we can send. You will take a message to Lord Hoster and to Ser Edmure. You will tell them we do not let the lion eat while we set the table." Davos nodded. "I," he said, as if it were a simple errand. "And another thing," Ned said. "There is a woman in the Street of Sisters with letters. Varys will give you a name. If she tries to sell them to anyone else and you hear of it, you will see that she does not." He did not add how. Davos would know. Davos's eyes flicked to Varys. "I can be quiet when needed," he said. "I know," Ned said. "That is why I ask." When Davos had gone, Stannis shut his book with a sound like a slap. "We hold," he said. We hold and feed and keep men from taking knives to one another in the lanes. We hold while Renly plays at being beloved in the Reach. We hold while Tywin burns a piece of bread every time a man says lion and licks it off his fingers. We hold until the lords come to say that they must have a king. And when they come, Ned said, we give them one. Stannis looked at him, considering. You still intend a council, he said. Even now. Especially now, Ned said. Men who would deny the law will deny it less loudly if they are asked to speak in front of the realm and to sign their names to their denial. Men who would obey it will be glad to be seen doing so. And those who do not come will be seen not coming. Tyrells will come, Varys murmured. Of course they will, Stannis said with distaste. They will bring food and song. They will make a festival of a knife. They will make a festival of anything, Varys said. It is their genius. We must have a little of it, or the city will believe it is dying while we save it. Ned rubbed at the old ache in his thigh. We will give them bread and song, he said. And the song will be law. He drew a breath. Tomorrow, I will send Ser Barristan to the Street of Flower. Let him be seen. And Thuras, before he goes, will light the ovens with his ridiculous sword. Small folk like shows. Thuras has already gone, Barristan said. But I will stand where you ask. Men look at me and forget to lie. For a moment. That is a gift, Ned said. That night there was an attempt. It came at the second hour, when men who have told themselves they will sit up and watch fall asleep with their lids at half-mast and their chins on their chests. And when men who are cunning tell themselves they will strike in the darkest hour and forget how their own habits make them predictable. 6 men came in by a postern known only to men who had hammered in the hinge. 2 were in gold cloaks, and 1 had a smell of perfume, and 1 had a smell of horse, and 1 had no smell at all. They had cords and a SMA. LL vial that would have made a man sleep if poured down his throat. They had paid a boy to piss against a wall and cry loudly at the right moment. They had paid a woman to scream, and paid another to hold her mouth. Bywater had moved the guard at that postern 2 hours before and not told the man he moved why. Ser Ares Oakhart was at the corner of the corridor where the sound of a latch carries differently than at any other corner. He heard the wrong sound. He lifted his hand. The men stepped into the corridor and saw white and froze as if the cold had reached them. Barristan came out of shadow like a fact and put a man with the perfume smell on his back with a blow across the temple that would not have killed him had the man not fallen wrong. Boros Blunt huffed and moved too late, but his bulk filled a purchase in the corridor that a 7th man, who had thought to slip through, could not slip through. Bywater's men did not shout. They moved with ropes and the quiet efficiency of men who have fed horses in the dark all their lives. In the holdfast, Cersei sat straight in bed in the dark. She did not move to the door. She had not told those men to come, though she had suggested to a man 2 days ago that it would be clever if someone tried something at the second hour. Suggestion is a lighter coin than command, but men spend it for you if you give it to them. She sat with her hands on the coverlet and counted her breath backward to a number she had chosen. When she reached it, she began again. Her mouth tasted of iron. In the next room, Tommen turned over and murmured in the voice children have when their dreams are gentle. Myrcella lay with her eyes open, and the dark looked back steadily. In the morning, Ned had the men hung at the mud gate. Not because a spectacle pleases a city, that kind of spectacle leaves a tartness in the mouth for days, but because men must see what happens when law is tested and fails the man who tests it. He had the vials broken and their shards scattered into a latrine. He sent a message to the goddess of mercy in him that she could be exorcised later. He went to see Cersei and told her plainly, without malice, what had been done and where the bodies hung. You did not call them, he said when she arched a brow that expressed boredom at so much effort for nothing. You did not need to. You do not need to again. She smiled lazily. You think I have that kind of reach? I know you think so, Ned said. We must deal with what men think as much as what is. Men do not know what to think, she said with pleasant scorn. They must be told. You tell them with iron. I tell them with stories. In the end, they bow to whichever they like better. They bow to whomever feeds them, Ned said. "The rest is embroidery." "Then embroider," she murmured, and turned her face back to the light coming through the shutters, as if it were something she might drink. Word came back from Davos by afternoon. 3 carts of grain out of the Crown stores had reached the road to Rosby without being stopped by men who had been paid to stop them, because those men had found themselves elsewhere at the critical minute. A ship had cleared the chain at night and passed out with a hold that did not look full and was. 2 smaller boats had gone with messages that caught the wind like a promise. Word came from the Riverlands. Beric had found a farm where old men lay with their throats cut and had tied his grief around his waist like a tool. Thuras had lit a barn with a word and laughed, and then had stopped laughing when he saw a thing in the ash that even a man who likes fire does not like to see. Amory Lorch had been sighted riding in circles like a man searching for a name he had dropped. The mountain had not been found, or perhaps he had. Perhaps he was what one found whenever one found burning and did not see a face. Word came from Lannisport through a chain of voices. A boy had been seen on a horse that wished to be elsewhere, with a man behind him whose face half looked like any other face and half did not look like a face at all. Men who told the tale said it with relish or with dread, depending on who bought them their pint. No one had stopped them because men who stop what looks like a lord with a dangerous dog get bitten, and men with wives and small children do not like being bitten. Robb Stark stood in Winterfell's yard with sweat on his neck despite the cooling day and struck at a post until the rhythm steadied him. Luwin watched and did not speak. The ravens had come and gone, black punctuation on a day that had otherwise been made of gray. The old maester held a roll of parchment he did not need to read again, because he remembered words once they were used. He tucked it under his sleeve and said at last, when Robb's breath had gone ragged, "Your father says hold, your father says wait, your father says watch." "He says many things," Robb said hoarsely, and put his forehead briefly against the wood. A boy's gesture he would be ashamed of later. He drew a breath. "We will hold, but..." He turned then, sudden, and his eyes brightened with a new thought. "We will send men to the Twins, soft-footed, to watch Walder Frey watch the river and see whether he prefers to see lions test his bridges or wolves. Father will forgive me that." Luwin inclined his head. "A good watch risks little and learns much," he said. "Choose men who can become grass when they lie down." "I know 3, Robb said. "None will like it. All will do it." He put the sword aside then and looked south, toward a horizon that would not move nearer no matter how long he stared. Gray wind came out of shadow and pressed his great head into Robb's hip, and Robb's hand went to the wolf's skull of its own accord and found the comfort there that no maester's words could give. Catelyn, at the crossroads, sat with her back to a post and a cup of thin soup cooling in her hands while Ser Brynden counted men's temperaments against what they might do when told to stand. She thought of Sansa's face when the girl had been very small and had fallen at Winterfell on a stone step and had not cried because she knew she would be praised if she did not. She thought of Arya's scowl the first time a dance master had been suggested for her and how it had smoothed into hunger when she had learned what not to step on. She thought of Ned and of his hand on the back of her neck in a room that had smelled of rain. She allowed Brynden to talk because his voice made the air around her reasonable. She did not sleep for a long time, and when she did she dreamed of blue and white tiles and a falcon's eye that had blinked at her as if it had recognized her. In King's Landing, the city held itself as one holds breath. There was bread every day. Not enough, never enough, but more than there had been. The watch stood where it should, and men grumbled at it and did not test it because the last men who had tested it had been hung where everyone could see the testing's end. The gold cloaks learned to walk beside men in gray cloaks and to stop thinking themselves the only color in the city. The courtiers learned to bow to Stannis without their lips twitching too much. Pycelle learned nothing. Sansa watched Myrcella finish her bird and begin a second, and she thought, 2 birds in a cage. She said nothing. She learned that skill had uses. She memorized the pattern of the keyring at the guard's belt outside their door. She did not plan to steal it. Comforted her to know the shape. Arya slipped into the Street of Steel and asked Gendry how much a helm would cost if you could not pay. He shrugged and said, "The price is the same, you just owe longer." She asked him what you did when you owed longer. He said, "You hurry." She asked him whether he had seen men cut another man's purse with a friendly hand. He said, "Every day." She asked him how you make your footsteps quieter in a puddle. He said, "Don't step in the puddle." She laughed, and the sound tasted like an apple stolen when men have enough apples to forgive it. Sirio, hearing it later, made her stand on one foot again until the laughter had burned off and left only balance. A girl must balance in a world that wants her to be pulled. Varys brought Ned a small book bound in cracked leather. "Peter's," he said without saying it. It had lists within it that looked like nonsense until the careful hand that had written them had 10 or 15 or 20 entries in a row, and then sense condensed out of them like dew. Names, sums, service, moments. Janos Slint's name was written 12 times in 3 sizes of ink. 3 Kingsguard, a baker, a boy in the Red Keep who had once emptied chamber pots, a singer who had not sung in 3 weeks. Varys did not tell Ned to hang anyone because that would be too crude. He watched Ned read and waited for the shape to form in his mind. Ned closed the book. He felt tired with that fatigue that settles between shoulder blades and will not be massaged out. "We will not flay the city alive to see where its coin has gone," he said, "but we will pull certain weeds." He sent a letter to Rosby couched in words that a man with a cough could understand. "Our city needs you to be honest. Come to it and be seen to be honest." He sent for the baker named and asked him how much flour spoiled in a good year. He sent a single guard to fetch the potboy and asked him whether he liked his work and whether he would like different work that did not smell so strongly in the morning. He called Ser Boros and told him to read to him. Ser Boros could not read. It is useful to know these things. 3 days after Joffrey's recapture, a rider came in from the west with dusty hair and very clean eyes and said that a boy with gold hair had been seen at an inn where men who did not like Lannisters told stories and laughed and did not stand up to stop him when he left. "The man with him," the rider said, scratching at his neck with an expression of distaste at memory, "had half a face. I would not stop him either." "Let them go," Stannis said. "Let them go west and sit in Tywin's tent and make noise there. Here we will have quiet and rule." Ned thought of that a long moment and then nodded. "We will have quiet and rule," he said. He did not say we will have quiet and peace. He had learned that peace is not a thing you can have when you are in the middle. It is a thing you have when you are looking back. That afternoon, he went to the holdfast and asked to see Tommen. Cersei raised a brow and said nothing and then called her son with her eyes. Tommen came, cautious, because men had begun to call for him without kindness this week. He stood with his hands clasped in front of him, a boy trying to become a statue. "Do you like cats?" Ned asked him. Tommen blinked. "Yes," he said, as if this were a trick question. "How many have you held?" Ned asked. 7, Tommen said after a moment of very serious thought. "One scratched. I did not drop her." Ned let the corner of his mouth lift. "Good," he said. "I need boys who will not drop things when they are scratched." He looked at Cersei then and saw the flash of suspicion that says, "You will steal him with kindness." He did not look away from her. "I will send a man. He teaches boys to hold swords like they are not toys. If you like, he will teach you how to stand. If you do not like, he will go away and not come back." Tommen's chin lifted. "I will like," he said. Cersei opened her mouth to say something sharp and realized too late that there were 2 other faces in the room, Myrcella's and Tommen's, and that if she said it she would be making what she said true. She shut her mouth. Ned nodded once and left. Outside, in the corridor, he paused and let the wall hold him upright and thought, "I am making a king and the wrong one." And then, perhaps there is no wrong boy to teach to stand. The days bled one into the next and the city did not burst. This in itself is a kind of victory, though no singer comes with a harp for it. Men came with tidings and left with orders. Varys brought reports of bread and whispers. Bywater brought lists of gates and names of men who had stopped taking coin because they had seen that the coin now came with rope tied to it. Barristan brought reports written by his own hand in a careful, old-fashioned script that reminded Ned of maesters who had taught boys in cold rooms and smacked their knuckles with rulers. Stannis brought plans. Pycelle brought excuses and then stopped bringing anything, because men had stopped asking him for anything. Sansa and Arya passed one another in a corridor without an argument. Later, Arya would think of this day as the day she saw that her sister's eyes, which she had always thought were pretty and empty as a sky seen through a window, had depth in them. Sansa would think of it as the day she realized Arya's scowls had been a way to be brave that did not come easily to girls with hands that have not been taught to sit. They did not speak. They did not need to. At the end of a week, Renly's bread trains reached the city and the people cheered and cursed in equal measure. They are not stupid and know that bread bought loyalty as much as it fed bellies. Mace Tyrell's heralds shouted about the flower that fed as it bloomed. Stannis stood on a wall and watched and said nothing. Ned stood at his side and said quietly, "Let them have this." Stannis' mouth twisted. "Their song will have to learn new verses later," he said. "For now, let them sing." 2 days after that, a raven came from Storm's End with the tight, precise script of a man who did not let his hand flourish for anything but whether Courtenay Penrose would not declare for any man who had not yet been crowned. He would hold the castle for the king who had not yet been named. He was polite about it. Stannis read it and exhaled through his nose. "He is stubborn," he said. "He is careful," Ned said. "There's a difference." "Sometimes," Stannis allowed. The summons for the Great Council went out on heavier parchment and carried with them a beginning date like a threat. Men cursed and counted days by horse and days by ship and began to decide whether they would send their sons or their brothers or their seconds or themselves. The Tyrells proclaimed loudly that they would come with 300 to feed the city and a further 500 to stand in the squares to discourage any man who wanted to use the council as a place to make noise and be thrown out. The Martells sent a short, elegant acknowledgement that did not say how many men or when, which is a Martell's way of saying they might come when it would sting the most. Tywin did not answer. On the night before the first of the Reachmen were expected to crest the hill and begin filling the lower city with colors more at home on tapestries than on streets, Ned went alone to the curtain walk above the river gate and stood where the wind comes up the river like a reprimand. The day had been hot. The stones breathed out the heat they had taken in like beasts exhausted. He put his hands on the crenels and listened. The river spoke in the way water speaks. Endlessly, without hope or despair, only movement. Comforted him. A figure came and stood 2 merlins away with the unthreatening patience of someone who means to be recognized before he is feared. "My lord," Varys said after a time, "tell me you have news that is not another city lighting." Ned said, not testy so much as worn by the steady abrasion of news. Varys' breath made a small sound like a flute. "Not of lights," he said. "Of dark. Lord Baelish writes from Bitterbridge, as if that should persuade us he has found a bridge both bitter and useful, that he is eager to assist the realm with coin when the council meets and that he hopes we will not have done anything violent to his ledgers. He encloses a list of ships of which he claims part ownership." Varys extended a narrow hand with a piece of parchment in it. "I enclose the thought that we should make those ships declare for the realm. Coin is slippery. Ships are made of planks." Ned took the list. It had the sly dolor of Littlefinger's hand in the curlicue of certain words. Tide, profit, venture. "We will declare what the realm needs," he said. "He may send us his list so that he may say later he sent it. He will hate us for doing without asking his leave." "He already does," Varys said softly. "Men hate those who make them less necessary." Ned looked out over the river. Somewhere out there, a boy with golden hair had learned that roads go on even when you want them not to, and had learned, perhaps, that dogs sleep when boys sleep. Somewhere, a man with a scar that made other men see only half his face had decided that he would survive a little longer. Somewhere, 2 men under a banner of a crown on a black field were chasing the largest man in the Riverlands and would not catch him because men like that are not caught by other men, only by the weight of their own appetite. Somewhere, Robb looked south and waited. Somewhere, Catelyn rode with her jaw set. Somewhere, Jon stood atop ice and thought of a father who had not fallen. He put the list away. He did not look at Varys. "We will hold," he said. "We will hold," Varys echoed, and for a breath the words were not a promise or a prayer but just 2 men's assessment of the task before them. The next morning brought fog. The river pressed it up into the streets, and the streets hugged it, and men's beards beaded with it, and the city's smell eased under it. The first of the Tyrell carts came with garlands and with men who had been told to smile and did, and the small folk cheered because it pleases people to be part of a thing that looks fine. Mace Tyrell rode in like a pastry moving under its own power. Loras Tyrell's hair did something ridiculous in the damp and still made girls gasp. Marjorie's litter did not reveal her until the steps of the Great September, where she descended with a grace that made old women nod and say, "Yes, that is how it is done." Stannis watched them as one watches a play that has been given a good review. "They will want to crown him in the street with flowers," he said. "They will want to crown Renly on a tide." "They may," Ned said. "We will crown a man with a seal." When they had assembled in the hall again, it looked different because the Reach brings color. The Stark gray and the Baratheon black and gold found themselves suddenly neighbors with green so vivid it hurt and blue like a kingfisher and gold that had been polished so long it had become mirror. Dornishmen had not yet arrived, but the promise of their heat hung in the room simply because men had spoken their name. The lords of the Crownlands stood straighter. The small folk pressed closer. The air became a mixture in which hope and show and calculation danced. Ned took the throne. He did not look over his shoulder at its iron. He addressed men with words that had grown heavier for being lifted so many days in a row. Stannis stood with the patience of a rock in a river. Mace made a speech and said the word beloved too many times. Loras found a reason to stand too near Renly, and no one told him to step back. Barristan stood like an old stanza that men respect and do not quite remember the words to. Varys smiled. The Great Council, not all of it, not yet, began. It did not resolve in an afternoon. Such things do not. It did not turn on a single phrase. It turned on 100, who owed whom what from a year when the harvest had failed, which Lord's grandmother had once refused a marriage and why, whether a priest's blessing meant more than a boy's proper hair, whether law can break a heart and still be law, whether men can bring themselves to sp. Eke the word bastard aloud without feeling their own throats tighten. It turned on bread and on fear more than on hair or books. At the end of the day, they had agreed on two things: that the Queen's children would remain in the holdfast, guarded by the King's Guard and by men named by the Protector, and that until the Council had heard all claims and all witnesses and had reached a judgment, Lord Eddard Stark would continue to sit the throne as Protector with Lord Stannis Baratheon as his captain in matters military and maritime. The words were written and read back. Men nodded dimly, surprised that they had agreed to anything at all. Cersei had not spoken. When the words were read, her lip curled. "A captain," she said, with a glance like a thorn at Stannis. "He will love that." She looked at Ned. "Protector," she repeated. "You do not look like a man who will enjoy losing the word." "I do not enjoy any of this," Ned said, and for a heartbeat she saw him. Saw Winterfell in his hair and the gods' wood in a line at the corner of his mouth, and her eyes flickered. It was not enough. That night the city felt almost cheerful. Bread does that. A man will forgive a hanging if there is a crust for his child afterward. Laughter came too readily, as it does when men fear it will not come again. The taverns filled in the outer wards. The septs filled in the inner. Somewhere, a singer found a chord that sounded like the hope of summer and played it too many times. Ned did not go to any of those places. He went alone to the godswood, such as it was, and stood under the trees that did not know old tongues. He spoke nothing. He let the quiet of a garden made by men place a thin layer over the noise of a city full of men. He thought of snow. He thought of Catelyn. He thought of a thing he had not thought of in years without wincing. A boy with eyes like his and not like his. There are nights when a man becomes the sum of the names he can say without breaking, and there are nights when he becomes the sum of the names he cannot say at all. This was the first kind. He said them in his head until dawn began to make a pale path through leaves, and the birds had the effrontery to begin. Then he went to the window and watched the river lift its skin under a breeze and knew, as a farmer knows without needing to be told by a maester, that the day would be hotter than the city would like. He was not wrong. The heat came up out of the stone and lay under men's shirts. The Great Council sat again, and the day turned heavy and sticky with words. Mace proposed a compromise so baroque a man would have needed a map to find his way out of it. Stannis made a statement so blunt that 3 septons gasped and a 4th laughed. Varys suggested a pause. Pycelle droned. Barristan wrote. Bywater sweated without seeming to and said nothing and had 3 men move to 3 doors at 3 different times and no one noticed but Varys and Ned. And Varys looked pleased by the neatness and Ned only grateful. In the late afternoon, a messenger came stumbling from the west with dust where tears should be and cried that Lord Vance had fallen and that Jaime Lannister had laughed. The word went through the hall like an ugly taste. Ned set his hand on the arm of the throne and did not squeeze iron as if it were a throat. He said, quietly, that the crown would send coin for men to be buried and grain for their wives, and that Jaime Lannister would not laugh long. He looked to Stannis and they nodded in a conversation of 2 hard heads. The council adjourned without flourish. Men had lost the thread. They wanted to drink. They wanted to sleep. They wanted to write letters telling their wives they were important and then burn them and write letters saying they missed them and send those. Ned descended the steps and Barristan fell in beside him. They walked through the hall's cool together into air that had become as dense as soup. You will not be thanked, Barristan said conversationally. I have not been thanked in a while, Ned said. You will be cursed by men who would have cursed you if you had done otherwise, Barristan observed. Then at least my curses will be consistent, Ned said. Barristan almost smiled. There is that. They separated at the foot of the stairs. Ned went toward the Tower of the Hand. He had 3 letters to write, none of which would say the thing they meant. He turned a corner and found Sansa standing in a place where the light made a square on the floor, holding her hands very still because she had learned that it keeps them from wringing themselves when she does not watch them. Father, she said. They say, she swallowed. They say Lord Vance is dead. They say the Kingslayer laughed. He looked at her and saw in her face the shape grief makes when it has not yet had anything personal to settle on. Outrage, raw and generous and impractical as youth. Men laugh at strange things when their blood's up, he said. He will not laugh at the end. Will Robb, she started, and then stopped, and then went on with bravery. Will Robb go south? Not unless his father asks it, Ned said. And his father will not ask it until there is no other way. I do not want him to die, she said. It sounded like a secret she had told no one. It is a terrible thing to be a girl and say you do not want a boy to die. It sounds like you are asking the world for a favor it is too cruel to grant. I do not want anyone to die, Ned said. But men will. They already have. He touched her hair. You were good today, he added. You were kind to Myrcella when she dropped her needle. She did not deserve to be laughed at, Sansa said quickly. Kindness is not about deserving, he said. She nodded. She had learned much this month. She looked older in that light. That evening he wrote to Robb and to Edmure and to Hoster Tully. He wrote to Howland Reed of Greywater Watch, because sometimes it is the quiet men whose counsel keeps you on the path you started on when you were a boy. He wrote to the Castellan of White Harbor, asking for ships and for patience. He wrote to Lisa again, and this time he did not ask. He told her what was happening and what must be done and gave her no space to read other things into it. With Lisa, as with Stannis, you must sometimes place the words where they cannot be rearranged. When he put aside the last quill, it had grown dark. He rose, stiff, and went to the window. The city glittered like a spilled basket. The moon put a rim of pale along the chain across the river. The world felt balanced for a moment, as it sometimes does between one breath and the next. A knock sounded. Not Barristan's, too light. Not Varys's, he never knocked. Stannis would have opened the door without knocking. Enter, Ned said. It was Davos. He looked tired and better for it. He had eaten plain food at sea and found solid ground light under his feet. He held his cap in his hands as if uncertain what to do with it in a room where caps are not worn. My lord, he said, they are on the Gold Road now. The boy, the dog. There are men who see them and look away. There are men who would have stopped them and did not. There are men who will send word of their passing for both sides and claim they did not know which side they were on when asked. This is the way of roads, Ned said. Davos said. I thought you would like to know. It means there is one less thing to watch for at the city's edge. Good, Ned said. He took a breath. And the letters? In good hands, Davos said. The woman sold them twice to the same man. I paid her thrice. She is now in a boat going upriver to a place where the price of letters is not high. She has a lame-footed child. She does not know how to sell boats. Ned's mouth wanted to smile. He allowed it a very little. Thank you. Davos dipped his head. The sea will bring me work if you do not, he said. The land will bring you work, Ned said. I will have need of men who can think with more than their swords. He hesitated. Then, do you like boys? Davos blinked, taken aback, then laughed. The quick bark of a decent man who has had too much indecency flung at him lately. I have 7 sons, he said. I like boys well enough. There is one, Ned said. In the Street of Steel. He works for Tobo Mott. He is unclaimed. If men start claiming boys like him as they start to do when the city's temperature rises, I would rather it be by men who will keep him at a forge and not take him to a knife. Davos looked at him. I can find a way to keep a boy in a forge, he said. Do, Ned said. Davos nodded. Aye. He put his cap back on and looked almost sheepish, a strange look on the broken salt face. I like how you do things, he said. You do them in the open. It is slower, Ned said. Aye, Davos agreed. But it is harder to be pushed off the path when men can see their feet. He left. Ned stood a while longer at the window and then lay down and slept asleep without dreams. When he woke, the city was already hot, and the day that would bring the first arguments with teeth in them was rattling its leash downstairs. So it went. On the 4th day of the council proper, a Dornish party arrived with banners like flame and men who did not pretend to mistake the heat for anything but what it was. Oberyn Martell was not among them. They sent a cousin who wore a sword as if it were jewelry and spoke with a coolness that did not match his clothes' color. He listened to Stannis with attention and to Mace with apparent amusement. He listened to Cersei not at all and to Ned as if he were measuring the angle of a beam. When he spoke, it was to say that Dorne had always preferred law when it is just and knives when it is not, and that they had brought both and bread besides. The Vale sent men who never stopped looking up, as if the ceiling might fall. The Ironborn did not come. Walder Frey sent 7 grandsons and a note that said he was too old to be dragged to a far city to be ignored by men who would need him later. The North did not come. It held. Tarth sent a blue banner with a star that looked idealistic and a father whose jaw had set on something he could not chew. Even Lord Ricker came, blinking as if the city's dust had offended him personally, and swore that Duskendale would be quiet as a cat until men learned whether to draw milk or blood from it. In the midst of it, a boy played with a cat, and a girl made a second bird, and another girl learned how to step into shadow without letting it hide her. In the midst of it, Jaime Lannister charged a line that broke because he was the kind of man who breaks lines. In the midst of it, Renly danced closer and closer to crowning himself in a green hall and telling the city to cheer or be choked by petals. In the midst of it, Stannis burned with the cold fire of a man who has always been right and resented for it. On a morning when the fog had come back and made men's hair curl maddeningly, and made the Seps windows throw back their colors onto nothing because there was nothing for light to strike but damp, Ned took the throne and spoke a sentence the room had been expecting and dreading. Let the claimants to the throne stand and be recognized. The room held its breath because it knew it was watching the kind of sentence that decides where blood will go next month and next year. Stannis stepped forward, square. Renly, who had timed his entry for this moment, stepped under the arch and made the fog his stage, haloing him in a way that would have made a lesser man simper. Renly only smiled. There was a stir like geese lifting. Behind him, Mace swelled with relief and Loras's eyes shone and Marjorie's mouth went very straight because she was about to earn something she and half the Reach had spent the week rehearsing for. Cersei lifted her chin and did not move. Joffrey was not there. Tommen watched with wide eyes. Myrcella's hands tightened on the embroidery until the silk squealed a little. Ned felt the iron at his neck. He felt the weight of the hall. He felt the weight of a winter that had not yet declared itself. He set his hands on the arms of the throne and did what he had done since he sat it. He made room for Law. Lord Stannis Baratheon, he said, elder brother to the late King Robert, presents a claim by law and by the custom of the realm. Lord Renly Baratheon, younger brother to the late King Robert, presents a claim by acclaim and by the favor of the lords and commons. The Crown Prince's claim is set aside pending judgment on questions of his birth. He let the words settle like dust. They itched. Men coughed. Somewhere in the back, a child sneezed. The realm will hear each, he said. And the day opened like a door into a long summer room that had to be walked end to end before night. What followed was not singing. It was threshing. Men talked. They told stories. They compared Stannis' steadiness with Renly's lightness and called one strength and the other weakness depending on whether they had eaten bread that had come on a cart with a rose that morning. They remembered Storm's End and whether that mattered. They remembered the siege of King's Landing and who had broken it. They remembered the long boyhood of the Baratheon brothers and told tales of boars and tutors and the kind of cruelty that hides under games among boys. They told tales of Renly laughing with a groom and Stannis bearing insult like a bean born on a spit. Through, hard, unsoftened by sauce. There were moments, during that threshing, when Ned felt he could have stood and ended it with a word. The room's attention would have tottered toward a hand raised from the throne. He did not. He kept law between them as a thing to be consulted, like a sober uncle at a feast. He kept his temper and he kept his heart away from the edge of this. Away from boys, away from swords. It was a kind of strength he thanked the gods for having learned on lonely battlements long ago. At the last, when the hour grew late and voices had grown hoarse enough to sound like men who had been honest even if they had not, the High Septon stood and blessed what had been said. He called for rest and for food and for the gods to cut knots without cutting throats. Men laughed until they realized he had not meant it as a jest and then became pious again. Stannis came to stand beside the throne as the hall emptied, Renly not far behind, the reach flowing around him like a river around a ship. The two brothers looked at one another with expressions only men who have shared milk and scars can make. "You seek to be loved," Stannis said without preface. "You seek to be obeyed," Renly returned, easy as tossing a ball. "We both seek what will hold when winter comes. The difference is that mine comes with wine and women." "Wine and women," Stannis said, as if the words tasted foul. "And flowers that eat meat when no one looks closely." Renly's smile did not falter. "At least my garden grows. Yours is a map with no seeds." They might have said worse. They might have said more. Ned stepped between them, not physically but with his voice. "Both of you will present your claims fully in writing before the morrow," he said. "We will not let this become a wrestling on the floor. If you ask the realm for a crown, you will teach it to read your reasons as well as hear them." Renly's mouth twitched. "And will you read to the realm, Lord Stark?" "If it must," Ned said. "I have read to boys who did not want to learn before. They learn if they think you will not let them stop until they do." Renly laughed, surprised into it. Stannis did not. The night fell slowly and thick. Ned went to the window again, because there are men who wear their duties by going to the same places at the ends of days and reminding themselves which way the wind blows. It had turned. He could smell different ships on it. He stood there a long time, until the city's small noises became again the quiet of a place that believes, for an hour, that it will go on. A man could begin to believe it too. He let himself just for that hour. Then he turned away and went back to work. The hall did not empty, not really. Men leave a room and leave their breath behind, and their intentions and the warmth of their arguments, and a watcher can stand in the gallery and feel them like weather. Ned sat in the quiet after and felt only the iron's slow chill returning. He did not stay long. He descended while the voices of the last lingerers still bounced in the vaulting and went to the place where he had always kept himself from drowning. Work done bit by bit, names put in their proper places. Outside, the air was thick with heat and fog together, the worst of partners. Varys glided at his shoulder as if men passed each other thus in markets all the time and did not mind. "Shall I add a small thing to your large day, my lord?" he murmured. "Add it," Ned said. The boy seen on the gold road, Varys said with that infuriating softness that keeps hard news from bruising only so long as it is being said. Was a boy with yellow hair and a hood and a scarred sellsword who was not the Hound. It was a tale meant to be told. Men like to be part of telling. Your Onion Knight followed it as far as a stream and found the prints ended where men had walked backward in them to make two sets into one. Your Joffrey is where you left him. Ser Sandor is in the city, sleeping badly. Ned let breath out slowly. Thank you, he said. Tell Davos he is to keep following lies until they lead us to the men who pay for them. He will, Varys said. He has the stubbornness that makes lies part and show their teeth. When Varys had gone, Bywater came with a list of names he wished to hang and a list of names he wished only to frighten. Ned reduced the first list and increased the second, and Bywater's mouth set itself more firmly as if rope were a thing on which he counted his hours. 3 men at the postern, Bywater said, had wives who did not ask where the coin came from. I have given the wives bread for a month. The men will serve it with their feet in the air. Hang only those who walked through the door, Ned said. Do not hang those who would have followed if they had been braver. Bywater's eyes flicked up, surprised into the smallest warmth. Aye, my lord, he said, when the day cooled enough at the edges to fool men into thinking the night might be kind. Ned went, as he had sworn he would, to Tommen with Ser Aaron Santagar at his side. The boy stood in a room cleared of tables and chairs, a space too small for men and just large enough for a boy. He held a blunted practice sword in both hands, at once too tight and too loose. He swallowed when he saw Ned and the master-at-arms, and made a bow that would have pleased a septa and amused a soldier. Feet, Santagar said in his Dorne-rounded voice. Always the feet first. Hold the sword in your hand if you must, but put your weight where it will make sense. He placed Tommen's left foot forward with one gentle tap of the stick he carried as if it were a baton and this a concert. You will tire, he said to Ned. You will say, this is a child, and let him rest when he should learn to stand. I will say nothing, Ned said. The boy will stand. Tommen looked at him as if the words were a cloak thrown over his shoulders and could be shaken off if he tried hard enough. Then he set his feet, and Santagar nodded, and they began. There is a music to teaching a child to hold a blade that does not come from the steel. Tap, correct, praise, correct, set, rest, begin again, and men who listen for it can be fooled into thinking it is nothing. Until one day a boy does not drop a sword when he is scratched. Cersei watched once from the door, her face smooth and upright as a column. She did not speak. She did not forbid it. When Santagar told Tommen to lower his chin, or a man will make a shelf of it with his dagger, she flinched, almost not at all, and kept still as stone. Myrcella brought Tommen a cup and took the sword from his fingers and held it correctly without being told. She giggled and stopped grimly and held it again. You lift with your wrist, she said, to show she had seen. You lift with your feet, Santagar countered. Myrcella lifted with her feet. Sansa watched the lesson for a time and then went away, out into a corridor where the late light had turned wheat-colored. She held quiet in her hands the way she had been taught to hold a bowl brimming full. She saw Sandor Clegane at the far end, leaning in a doorway with his head bent as if listening to the wood complain. She could have gone another way. She did not. She went past him with her chin set the way Tommen's had just been set, and the hound's eyes flicked once, measuring, then away. You sing? He asked, not unkindly. His voice always sounded like gravel pushed by a boot. I used to, Sansa said, very even. Good, he said. Don't. It might have been a kindness in his mouth. The world isn't a song. No, Sansa said. It is a hall full of men. She passed on without waiting to see whether he smiled. Only later did she think how much she had sounded like her father. On the 4th morning of the council, when the heat had flattened even the Reachman's feathers, Ned sent a raven to Dragonstone with words for a small hand and a woman with salt in her eyes. Bring the girl. There are times when a city must be shown the future laid out like bread on a table. He named Shireen. He named her mother. He named Davos, who would meet them at sea in a ship that did not look like anything and bring them in at night. Stannis's mouth made the shape of a man who would prefer to be struck than to agree he had been struck wisely. Celis will sour milk in a room already thick with curds, he said. She can sour it in your hall, Ned said. Or in mine. I would rather have the girl when the Tyrells arrive in numbers that make men remember they like flowers. Stannis looked at him, measuring the suggestion as if it were a plank on which he might have to cross a stream. You mean to tie the reach, he said. I mean, Ned said. To give Mace Tyrell a thing to boast of that does not involve crowning a brother because he is handsome. He added, because truth is cheaper bought than stealth in such talk. I mean to ask for Willis's hand for your daughter. Stannis stared at him. Astonishment in his face looked like a crack in a wall. Willis, he said. He is lame. He is wise, Ned said. He is known to be kind. 2 virtues you can put on a girl as a gift and not call it insult. The Reach will think itself set at the table. The Tyrells will not need to plant a king of their own when they have planted their name in a queen who will make a king. Stannis was very still. The old scar at the corner of his mouth tightened and loosened once. I will tell Celis, he said. She will not like it. I will tell her anyway. I will write to Willis's father. He will like it. He will pretend to think of it for 3 days and answer on the 4th. Let it be as you say, Ned said. Let it be done under your seal. You use me to make me, Stannis said dryly. You use me to hold you, Ned returned. It is how men do this without gutting one another in the hall. That same day, a boy with black hair put his hand in a place where he should never have put it, and pulled out a letter that had been tucked behind a strap on a harness, as if it were a thing men often left horses to remember for them. Gendry read slowly, but the name at the bottom needed no letters for him to know what it was. The man who had paid for this shop's iron to be fired and its apprentices to have bread while they burned their fingers. He squinted and sounded 2 words aloud. Riot of debt, before a shadow fell and Tobo Mott's big hand was on his shoulder, gentle and crushing both. You are too curious, Mott murmured. Put back what your eyes want. Gendry slid the scrap home, head bowed in clumsy guilt. He expected a cuff. Instead Mott sighed, loudly, the way a bellows sighs when a boy has not yet learned a rhythm. You work clean, Mott said. Clean hands bring clean coin. He paused. A man will come. He will ask for you to pack and go. If you go with him, you will not end in a ditch. If you do not go with him, you may end in a ditch. You choose. He turned back to his work, swore in a language Gendry did not know, and made sparks. Gendry did not answer. Syrio Farrell had once told Arya that when the sea brings you a boat, you look at the sky and not at your feet. That night Arya told Gendry the same thing in a stable stink that made the words feel both practical and holy. He's not a bad man, she said of her father, and then frowned because what had that to do with anything? The man who will come. Go if he says go. Who said he was coming? Gendry asked. Your face, Arya said. Davos came the next afternoon with a boy's sturdy step despite his years. He did not tell Gendry that he was being taken for his blood. He told him he was being taken because iron that does not pick its moment to bend gets broken by men with too much money and not enough sense. You like work? Davos asked bluntly. I like work that makes sense, Gendry said. Good, Davos said. This city is about to make nonsense. Come and make sense in a place where iron is iron and not coin turned into steel thin as a lie. He showed Gendry a plain ring. An onion carved into wood. This means I do not lie when it is not useful, he said. Now go tell your master you will come, and then pack for a journey and set aside something you can carry under your shirt that will buy you bread if you are cast into a ditch anyway. Gendry shrugged and did as told. When he told Arya in the yard that he was leaving, she did not say be careful. She said don't be stupid, which in her mouth meant the same and more. He did not kiss her or thank her because he was not that kind of boy and she not that kind of girl. He hefted his pack, set the bull's helm under his arm, and went with Davos to a boat that had no name until you needed it to have one. At the next sitting of the council, Mace Tyrell proposed that Renly be loved now and the law be satisfied later. We are not criminals, he protested when Stannis' jaw hardened in contempt. We are not fools. We are not cowards. We are gardeners. We plant what will grow. The city loves my cousin. Brother, Stannis said. Brother, Mace corrected smoothly, and bread. If you put both together you have a meal fit for a king. Your brother has a wife, Stannis said. Not yet, Marjorie said from the benches, because she did not intend to be a piece on a board men played while describing themselves as gardeners. But he will. She stood, light glancing off the pearls at her throat. The city needs a queen. I am not a boy. I do not ride and call men brother and make the hall a yard. I can go into kitchens and rooms where men do not belong and keep those rooms quiet. She looked at Ned. A queen is a set of hands as well as a crown. Renly's claim is a song, Stannis said. Yours a verse. It is a pretty one. It does not change the law. Songs keep men from sleeping, Marjorie said and tilted her head. Sometimes that is what you want. Ned watched them both, and for a breath he was struck by the clarity of it. The straight hard line and the curve that wraps around it and makes the shape hold. The realm wanted both. It could not have both if both insisted on being ends rather than edges. He said aloud what he had written in the Raven to Dragonstone. Lord Stannis's daughter will come to the city, he said, and the words shifted air. Mace Tyrell's head turned as if someone had thrown him a ball, and he had not been expecting it. She will be lodged in the keep with her ladies, and the lords assembled will meet her. I will ask of Lord Tyrell whether a match between his son Willis and the Lady Shireen would please him. The hall took in a breath. Renly's eyebrows rose and then lowered. Loras Tyrell looked as if a hand had been set on his shoulder unexpectedly. Marjorie's lips parted and then curved up in a smile that was real and only sharpened at the edges. Stannis stood very straight, as if remembering the sound boots make when they stand too long on stone. Mace Tyrell did what men who are not fools do. He bowed in slow, heavy gratitude that looked like generosity. It pleases me, he boomed, and then, more carefully, it pleases House Tyrell to be asked. We will consider it and give our answer with thanks. They would argue in corners over it for 2 days. Loras would rage in a room with thick curtains and say words that had never been said aloud to a lord before, and Mace would be red and then go pale and then say, Willis is wise, and Marjorie would speak quietly in Loras's ear and make him angry at her and love her more. In another place Stannis would stare at the wall and feel in his mouth a sourness he would never admit was a kind of grief, and Celis would begin to pack before the Raven came because she would not have that girl in King's Landing without her hand at the girl's shoulder. Ned did not attend the quiet arguments. He had other ones to attend. A raven from Riverrun brought Catelyn's hand in ink above Edmure's. Come or send. For the burning runs and the phrase will not say anything but perhaps and later. He sent coin with the next ship and an order to the builders in the city who could make anything of wood to make shields for children, because sometimes it is the small things that make men believe the realm remembers them. He sent Thuras and Beric a second writ, authorizing them to conscript men who would not resist with tears in their eyes and to forgive men who had taken Lannister coin in fear and brought it back in shame. At night Arya ran where she should not and learned the sound of the stones beneath her when they hid men's secrets. On a night when fog rolled low in the belly of the keep and made torches into islands, she found a grate she had not known how to open and opened it with a dagger Syrio would have disapproved of. A true blade is for true blows, little one, and slid along a narrow walk into a place that smelled like damp and old coin. 2 men's voices came and reverberated in a way that made their words seem to come from every wall. One was smooth and familiar. The other was thick with a foreignness she could not place at first and then did. Cheese and fat and spice, like a kitchen where the cook was not hers. They have not chosen, the thick one said, half laugh, half impatience. They have postponed, Varys' voice replied. Postponement is a decision that does not frighten the decider. Lord Eddard is a man who prefers to walk on rock he has tested. He does not like the river when it runs fast. You were to push him in, the other said, amused. I was, Varys said mildly. I chose not to drown with him. They will choose the cold brother, the foreign voice said. If we do nothing. They will not if we do something at the river, Varys returned. Men remember those who save daughters from burning barns. Ah, the other breathed, pleased by a plan that left him only to write letters and count coin. The wolf still sits, Varys said. His wife rides, his boy holds, his bastard learns cold. The summer sea is warm, my friend, and more pleasant to swim in than this city's cisterns. Leave me to it. Arya held still, holding her breath until her ribs ached. She slid back along the stones, sickened and gleeful both. Gleeful to have something real and sickened because it meant that the men who smiled had teeth. She told her father the next morning, stumbling a little in the telling because he was her father and she did not like the taste of bringing him a whisper. He set a hand on her head and said, "Well done, and be careful, and do not tell anyone else." And Arya thought, now I am useful. And the strange thing was that it did not make her proud so much as calm. In the Riverlands, Beric found the mountain at last, or one of his shadows, and left 2 men in mud and pieced together another from 3. When he staggered back to his horse, Thuras kissed his brow, laughing and crying and smelling of stale wine and fresh smoke. "You are not done with me," Thuras said to whatever god he believed in when he was sober. "Not yet." In the west, Tyrion kept the hill tribes amused with promises and goats and the occasional soft prize. He made sure was not a child and was always someone from a house that would not be missed. He wrote letters in a small neat hand when he had a free hour and told his sister to stop making a fool of herself with failed plots. He wrote to Varys and said, "You clever spider, and you shouldn't have, and do it again." He wrote to Jaime and said, "Do not get caught." He wrote to his father and did not send it and then burned it and sent a different one that said, "I am here and I am useful, and I will do as you ask so long as you do not ask me to be tall." Renly moved through the city like a festival come to life, and there were afternoons when even Ned could see the benefit of a man whom men enjoyed and mornings when, seeing the breadth of what had to be done, he could not forgive it. He found Renly once in a small cloister of the keep where a lemon tree had survived better than the others and stood with it, breathing the sharp scent as if it were a decent woman's hair. "Do you ever tire of being clever?" Ned asked him, too weary to put shape to the thought. "Constantly," Renly said. "It gives me a headache, but it keeps men from noticing how hungry they are." "And when the bread runs out?" Ned asked. "Then we cut the loaf differently," Renly said. "Or we bake another one." "From what?" Ned asked. Renly shrugged. "From promises." Ned laughed in spite of himself. "Your brother is right about you," he said. "You seek to be loved." "And you?" Renly returned without malice. "Seek not to be hated. There are worse things." He tipped his head. "You will seat him." "I will seat the law," Ned said. "You will seat a man," Renly said pleasantly. "And if you seat him without friends, he will determine friendship by his own measures, and you will like them less than mine." He smiled and left Ned to the lemon leaf's bitter oil and his own thoughts. Shireen came. She came at night in a ship that did not look like anything and smelled like tar and stubbornness. Celis came with her, a woman whose mouth looked like a line a man had cut in hard leather and could not smooth anymore. Shireen's cheek was marked and her eyes were too wise and too shy at once. She looked around the hall as if searching for someone who had promised to be there and was late. "Lady Shireen," Ned said, and bowed his head to her because it costs nothing to teach a girl that the world may bow to her as well as demand it of her. "Welcome to King's Landing." She looked at his face a long heartbeat. Then she smiled, small and fierce the way neglected cats sometimes smile when the hand that pets them is careful. "Is there a godswood?" she asked. "A real one with a heart tree?" "There is a garden," Ned said honestly. "It tries." "That is good," she said. "Trying is good." She looked up at Stannis. "Father," she said and took his hand. He squeezed it once, hard. Celis inclined her head and glanced around like a woman sniffing air that offended her. "This place stinks of sin," she said under her breath. "Everything stinks in summer," Ned said, and had the small dark pleasure of seeing her blink. When Willis Tyrell's letter came, 4 days later, it was in a hand as neat as a hedge. He wrote that he would be honored to take the king's cousin to wife, and that he had always had respect for House Baratheon's women, and that he would bring his hawks and his dogs because one should always bring friends to a marriage. He wrote that he would come to the city to meet the lady in person. He wrote that he would be careful of the steps. He had never been a man to fall downstairs twice. Mace wept in the hall at the good fortune of it, and no one liked him less for it because tears in the Reach are part of the theater. Marjorie kissed Shireen's cheek and said a word that meant dearest in the Reach's soft tongue. And Celis stiffened and then told herself she had expected it and did not mind. Loras looked at Renly and Renly looked at Mace and Mace looked at the city and thought the Tyrells had made a bridge onto the throne no matter which Baratheon crossed it first. The Great Council did not end that day or the next. It rolled. It called and adjourned and called and adjourned. Pulled things and men into it and let them go again. It made law thick, which is not its natural state, and sometimes thick law is all that keeps a rope from breaking. Ned stood at its center and endured. On a morning when the fog did not come and the heat did, early and indifferent, a boy in a gray cloak slipped a scrap of parchment into Ned's hand as if he had handed him a dried date. Ned unfolded it when no one watched. The script was that of a maester who had learned his letters in Old Town Vasts and had been beaten when he let his hand wander. Jon Snow sent his duty to his father and said there had been things in the woods which old men called by names they should not, and that his uncle had not returned, and that the Lord Commander stood a little more every day in his tower and looked to the north and said fewer words than the day before. It was short. It had no embellishment. It felt like a raven's wing against a man's cheek, a hint of cold against heat. Ned folded it and put it away as if he had put away a finger bone and gone about his day. Later he went alone to the garden that tried and said, "Not now," to gods that do not observe orders. The leaves moved as if they did not hear. On a night when the city drank more because a singer had said the word victory in a way that made men think they had had one, Varys came with another small book and a smile that did not lift all the way to his eyes. "Grand Maester Pycelle has been faithful," he said, "to a long-ago king and to the idea of queens who do not age. He has been less faithful to the city. He writes letters in a hand that a child could read. He has sent 3 in 2 days to Casterly Rock. I took 2. The other flew." "What did it say?" Ned asked. "It said you will crown Stannis," Varys said. "It said you will do it soon. It said the city was in a state of grace and fear, which is a useful state for men who carry gold. It said he was very old and very loyal and very wise. It said nothing about where the keys are kept. It might as well have said, 'I am tired.'" He laid the little book in Ned's hands. "You could arrest him. You could dismiss him. You could keep him and watch him write and let others read him first." "Keep him," Ned said wearily. "Strip him of his pretense. Make him work. Let others bind the wounds, and let him carry the bowls." "He will die soon," Varys said, pleased by restraint. "He will die of age, which is a death even kings cannot argue with." Cersei tried one more thing. She has the virtue of persistence, which in a realm is as useful as beauty. She sent a message written in her finest hand to Lord Mace, letting slip by accident that Sansa Stark had told her she did not hate the boy. King. Sansa had told her that, and Cersei was a woman who knew exactly how much a sentence weighed when lifted by the right hands. Mace read it, thrilled that queens sent him notes. Marjorie read it over his shoulder and smiled and put a finger on it and said, "This is not to be used, father." And Mace looked as if his child had taught him not to put berries in his nose, and folded the note and did as she advised. Cersei bided because she could, and because there were other doors always. On the 9th day after Shireen's arrival, Willis rode in with his hawks and his smile and his dog that shadowed his step without needing words. He bowed to Shireen with exactly the right depth and looked exactly the right time at her face and not at her scar. He spoke of hawks and books and hounds and never of maesters or grayscale or Summerhall. Celis studied him and decided she would have hated any man. Willis was as acceptable as men got. Stannis watched a boy be kind to his daughter and had nothing to put against it, so he said nothing. The same night, 3 fires lit at once along the Blackwater's far shore. It was a signal someone had promised someone else, and the men who had lit it died for their honesty at dawn. The city woke to smoke and went about its business because cities do. The council sat. Witnesses made their last appearances. The law was read. The hair of kings was named again. The book's weight felt heavier in a man's hands for having been turned so much. The high septon trembled and did not drop his staff. Mace sweated and smiled. Stannis set his feet as if the floor might turn into ice. Renly laughed, and the sound had the thin edge of a man who had seen a letter from Bitterbridge that told him Littlefinger had arranged for a different sort of bread to be sent with a different sort of song if he came there instead. Ned took a breath and stood. There is a way a room quiets when it expects to be made into something. He felt it, and for a heartbeat he wanted to be that thing. Then he remembered the feel of his children's names, said one by one in the garden, and let the wanting pass. By the law of the 7 kingdoms, he said, and his voice was steady as an oarsman's. The crown passes to the next male of the royal line when there is no son. The crown prince's claim is held for judgment pending proofs which this council has heard and weighed. Until that judgment is inscribed, we will not crown in his stead. We will seat a regent who is heir by law and blood. He looked at Stannis. He looked at the hall. He set the words down one by one like stones across a stream, so that men could step upon them without falling. Lord Stannis Baratheon, as elder brother to the late King Robert Baratheon, he said, is recognized by this council as heir to the Iron Throne pending final judgment upon the question of the prince. He is named Lord Regent of the 7 kingdoms, to sit in council with the protector of the realm, to command the fleets and levy the armies in the king's name, and to govern with law until the crown is set upon a head that holds it by right. So writes the record of the realm. It was not the crown Stannis had wanted. It was not the delay Renly had wanted. It was not the humiliation Cersei had expected. It was not the war Tywin had hoped for. It was a wedge driven into the realm's timber at an angle that would hold under stress and could be knocked out later if a stronger carpenter came with a different plan. It was an arrangement made to stop a city from bursting. Men breathed. Some spat. Some smiled, thinly. The High Septon lifted his staff and blessed what he had to bless, because a priest's job is to make the paper smell of incense. Stannis bowed the smallest bow a man can bow without making it a mockery. Renly smiled until the smile felt like work and then stopped smiling. Mace clapped very politely. Marjorie looked at Shireen with something like admiration. Cersei in her place at the side smiled, as if she had known this all along and would use it tomorrow as if it had been her idea. Bywater tightened the watch at the gates and ordered 4 squads to sleep in their boots. Barristan moved the Kingsguard like chessmen. Davos went to the ships. Varys wrote 2 letters and did not send them, and sent 2 others instead. Pycelle slept. Ned slept little. When he did, he dreamed of snow falling and catching on iron that did not melt it, and of a boy at the wall with his head bowed, and of Catelyn turning her horse at a ford where the water came up to the saddle and was colder than a man wanted to endure. He woke to a city that needed the same thing as yesterday and would need it again tomorrow, and to a man waiting with eyes that had not slept at all. The man wore a gray cloak and had dust on him the color of the road to Harrenhal. He knelt as if he had learned to do it properly and then had taken the habit out of practice and now had pulled it on again for a day's work. "My lord," he said, and the name he gave was one Ned had last heard in Jon Arryn's voice, quiet and approving. "Howland Reed of Greywater Watch sends word. The neck is quiet. The twins are not." "Walder Frey," Ned said, and felt the ache begin in his jaw that comes when a man grinds his teeth without knowing. "He has sent grandsons," the man said. "He has sent them where they do not quite meet you, but stand where you will bump into them if you go about your business. He has told the lions that he thinks to switch his feet when dancing. He has told the wolves that he is very old and cannot dance." "Walder Frey," Ned repeated, and closed his eyes for a heartbeat. "Tell Howland to keep watch and to send back a word when the old man lifts either foot. Tell him to hold. Tell him that when we will move fast and the old man will not like it." The messenger bowed. "He told me to tell you," he said, "that Winter remembers." "Tell him Winter is not the only one," Ned said. By afternoon, men had begun to sing that the realm had 2 kings and a queen and not one of them wore a crown. By evening, a cart overturned on the street of silk and a woman who had once been called the Handsome by men who paid more than they should went under its wheel and died, and Ned paid her family coin because her death had happened in a city under his hand, and that, too, was part of protection. By midnight a boy climbed the wall of Maegor's holdfast and dropped back the other side and landed on his foot wrong and lay there until Ares Oakhart found him and carried him in, and the boy stammered that he had wanted to see a queen with his own eyes, and Ares, who remembered what it was to be 17, set him down and told him to look at his mother instead when the sun rose. Catelyn came to Riverrun and found her father diminished and her brother lord of the place without being master of himself. She kissed Hoster's brow and tasted the salt of tears and the dust of old herbs. She told Edmure the truth in a voice too calm for his liking, and he raged and she did not, and that made him angrier and then calmer. Brynden listened, like water that listens at rocks before deciding where to go. "The boy in the city did not fall," he said, meaning Ned. "He has set a bridge. We can use it." "We will," Catelyn said, and felt the weight of being a woman in a realm that demands men to lift things, and yet hands heavy things to mothers every day. She went to the God's Wood of Riverrun and knelt in a place where roots have known girls become women and women become old. And she did not ask for mercy. She knew better than to ask for that. She asked for steadiness for a man whose hand had steadied hers. Jon Snow stood on the wall and looked out across what men call nothing and knew better. He thought of his father sitting a chair that had cut him in dreams, and of a woman he had never met holding a child in a place that smelled of blood and iron and herbs and fear, and he tightened his cloak around him and was grateful that cold is simple even when it kills. Tywin Lannister struck his camp in a white dawn and moved like gold poured toward a mold. Jaime met him at a ford and laughed and had dirt in his hair and the look in his eye that says a man thinks he cannot be caught. "You will be," Tywin said, and did not add by whom. He looked toward the east with a mind that has always had 2 hands and twice as many knives and said aloud to no one in particular, "If he crowns himself there, we will cut the stem and let the flower fall." Renly did not coronate himself that day. He wrote a letter to Marjorie that said he wanted to be a man who could take a thing without breaking the table, and she wrote back that she preferred men who moved the table without spilling the wine, and he laughed, and then he set men to counting the bread that had come with the roses and the spears that had come with the bread, and Loras kissed him in a room that smelled faintly of crushed leaves and swore he would cut any man who called him prince before his time. And Ned Stark, who had never been a clever man by his own account and who had lived long enough to distrust men who said they were, did the work a realm requires. He sat and listened and sent, and moved men who loved being moved and men who did not and men who would rather have been loved than moved at all. He held the city with the slow, grinding strength of a millstone that only a farmer appreciates. It seemed for a while as if it would be enough. It was not yet tested. On the evening of the day when the High Septon had at last stopped shaking long enough to inscribe the record in his own hand and had gone to bed with hot wine and the satisfaction of a clerk who has done the gods' bookkeeping, Barristan Selmy came into the Tower of the Hand with his cloak damp at the hem and his face like a carved thing. "My lord," he said, "there is a man come to the city with a lion on his ring, who says he has a purse to give to the watch at the river gate if we will look away at dawn." "Who says?" Ned asked. "Janos Slynt's nephew," Barristan said. "He thinks himself unobserved. He does not yet know that Ser Jacelyn is not Janos." "What gate?" Ned asked, though he already knew. "The river gate is where men bring in sins. The king's gate is where they show their faces." "The river gate," Barristan said. "A river makes you think you can wash anything through it." "Take the purse," Ned said. Barristan's brows rose, and Ned's mouth turned. "Take it and count it, and then return it to the man at dawn with a rope tied to it. Then open the gate and see what tries to come through. If it is a cart, search it. If it is a man, unmask him. If it is a boy, send him home to his mother with a cuff. If it is a dog, give it a bone. If it is a Lannister letter, bring it to me unopened. And hang no one until noon." Barristan bowed very slightly, as if acknowledging a move in a game he did not wholly approve but respected for its craft. "Aye," he said and left. Ned went to the window one more time, because men do what keeps their heads above water. The night lay heavy, thick as an old blanket. Beyond the chain, lanterns swung on boats that had not looked like anything until one needed them to. In the holdfast, A boy who had been born to sit where he did not yet sit lay awake and stared at the ceiling and did not know the word for the feeling that made his chest tight. Later men would teach it to him and he would use it badly. In a room nearby, a girl with a face too wise for her years counted the stitches of a bird until her eyes went blurry and she could sleep without seeing a hand lift to strike. In the south, a lord with gold for blood and stone for patience dreamed of a chair that cut men and thought he might yet sit it if he could make the city bleed enough to need him. In the north, wolves raised their heads and listened, as if the world had made a sound too far to be caught by men's ears. He thought of the axe on which he had carved law in the hall, and of the men who would try to prove it could not cut because it had been carved and not forged. He thought of winter. He thought of the river. He thought of a boy on a wall, and of another in a room behind locks that had all been tested. He thought of a woman on a road riding toward a father who was dying as slowly as men of kindness die when their bodies do not wish to let them go. He thought finally of snow. He smiled because snow falls the same on kings and on beggars and on men who would be neither. He went to bed with his sword within reach and did not touch it. Before the light had decided what sort of day it would be, a bell sounded at the river gate. Bywater's men opened it. They took the purse, counted it, slipped a rope through it, tied it to the post. A cart rolled in with sacks that smelled of oats, and under the second sack a man with a knife, and behind him another with a kinder knife, and behind them 3 boys who had been told they would be paid if they cried at the right time. The men with knives went to jail. The boys were sent home with a heel of bread and a warning that would keep them out of other men's stories for a week and not longer. At noon, the man with the lion ring came to collect his purse and found that he could not. He stood trying to look offended and important at once, and found that neither expression suited a man with rope in his fingers. Bywater tied the rope to his wrist and led him to a post, and his last words were a complaint about dignity. Varys brought the news to Ned in a voice smooth as oil. "They grow desperate," he said. "Desperation can be useful." "Not always," Ned said. "Sometimes it is only desperate." He rubbed a hand over his face and felt the stubble rasp his palm. "We cannot be everywhere." "No," Varys said. "We can be where it matters." "And where is that today?" Ned asked. Varys smiled, small and honest. "Where it was yesterday," he said. "In the hall, in the streets, at the gate, in the rooms where boys sleep." "And at the river," Ned said. "And at the river," Varys agreed. Day by day, the river went on, and the city held, and men learned that a realm can be kept by hands that do not clench until they must. Could not last forever. It did not need to. It needed to last until men who sang loud learned the song's verse that mentions law, until men who reached found their fingers empty, until a girl with a scar found a husband who did not look at it, until a boy at a wall saw something that would make all this seem a warm dream, until a lion saw that the garden he had meant to trample had hedges and ditches where he had not expected them. Ned rose each morning, and set his hand to the day like a plow to a field. When Catelyn came at last, with travel's dust in her hair and the smell of wind under the smell of the city, he took her hands and did not speak, because there are moments when even truth is an interruption. She smiled, and the lines at her eyes were deeper, and he did not count them. He did not need to. He knew what they were worth. They stood a long time at the window together and watched the river. It was a good beginning. He knew, as farmers do, that beginnings are only that, and that the weather does what it wants. He held her hand anyway, and when she leaned her head to his shoulder at last, the weight of it felt like yes.